Get it. to try and retreat, try and go away. Could send it into the water, maybe? Because there aren't a lot of other positions to play.
This is a very, very difficult zone because it's all open field. Yeah, Fate gonna go underneath the bridge and just gonna try to survive it out. Alpha7, I think, had one of the best spots in the zone. They were taking that warehouse up there, and that is definitely a strong position. So they might be pushing down onto FURIA here in the next few minutes. Let's see how that goes. But all these teams on the north got to get moving.
Yeah, I could see Alpha7 try and instead gatekeep their position, look to see what Titan and Hyper do before they push onto FURIA. They'd also probably look for a knock or two if they can before they can make that send, but definitely looking to try and extend that high ground position as much as they can before the blue overtakes that spot.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Worlds of War, not off to a terrible start, that's for sure. 2 eliminations, all 4 up, and they do find this house and zone, so they're going to be holding it here for now. The only thing is that this house is very, very weak from those hills.
Yeah,
and it's going to be difficult to rotate away if the zone shifts, which it will. 9Z stuck in the blue zone. Ooh, yeah, but 9Z, 14th place. Yeah, that's about right. Let's see where FURIA is. Yeah, FURIA, right? They're in the run of this, and they're going to try to hold that position for as long as possible, and then slowly start pushing up the hill.
It's a bit quiet here at this part of the zone, but then on the west side, it's a lot more fighting yet. And I do think, I'm just looking at the map, looking at Alpha7, how they're going to pivot themselves into the zone. I do see 2 of their players actually sending it early onto this side. So instead of going through FURIA, it looks like Alpha7 want to sweep along the western edge here. We do see 9Z get eliminated. Hiding out in the blue that late in the game in Phase 4 is never a good look.
By Deathwolves, though, right? That's 4 elimination for Deathwolves. That's the team in 3rd place. Squads need to be literally watching that feed. And if they see Deathwolves starting off so strong, you got to be careful because they can create a gap so big that 3rd place is going to be tough to reach as we watch Titan Gaming, and that is going to be an NRG Galaxy done for. So fights definitely starting to ring out here. Rato Boy pushing up by himself with that S12K, looking to take that edge position.
I do see B-Bold with 2 members up, so I guess they did get the revive after that 1v1 that we saw, and of course iNCO Gaming now chiming in. Shotgun play, massive. AGG taking huge damage, but the big open space is going to get capitalized. And even a third-party steal perhaps coming through.
And Alpha7 are going to be coming through this same side right here, so they're going to be all just trying to move to this hard shift side. And we're going to see who's going to end up on top. Revo gets knocked by Colgoat, and Erangel catches Carrillo. So Alpha7 getting punished here by Rolls of War, and they are out of there.
That is huge. 7 eliminations for Royals of War already defending this position. And I mean, Alpha7, that's a great scalp to take.
And like I was saying, right, Rolls of War down to be bold. This is their chance, right? They know what they need to do. And when you have Erangel with 6 eliminations by himself, I mean, he's looking to put this team on his back today.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a team effort. I'm sure the damage is a little more spread. But of course, being the tip of the spear, got to give the plaudits to that iNCO. We're able to get some revives. AGG weren't able to throw their grenades on point just yet, but then the follow-up frags could get some re-knocks and keep iNCO out of this zone. AGG do have the defending line, as we see, and Hyper also get eliminated, but what a spray down!
Wow, and then I bet they're just on the run. Is he going to make it to the water? He does. So All Glory Gaming still up. Look at the damage. Erangel, so far, 648 damage, 6 eliminations. This guy is putting in work, and he's going to have to put in more because this zone is going to go up north. They're holding this edge, but it looks like Erangel by himself is looking to challenge All Glory Gaming.
I mean, might as well with those numbers. Basically a one-man army, and they're pushing down. It doesn't, because again, there's so much open space in the center of the zone. Clearing your back, clearing your sweep is a very strong plan here.
He gets another knock. Are you kidding me? 748 damage. Victix take down Pedrino, and All Glory Gaming are just about out of there. So what a play and a start for Royals of War. 8 eliminations so far. And they're not looking to let off the gas anytime soon. SLR, big chilling in the middle of the zone. They're in a great position. And Cardoso from Team Liquid is still up.
There's a lot of solos still up. They're going to have to leave. Most of them are in the water. And because this next phase did shift away from the river, there's... I don't even think there's maybe a small edge of below the bridge that's available for one player to hide out in.
Influence Rage. Rocking a duo here on the north side. They're going to be pushing up little by little. Milo does get quite mighty close to that crate, but it looks like it's already been looted. So things starting to heat up here. Stage 5, minute 30 on the clock. But the problem is this is all open field, Cameron, right?
Yeah.
I mean, who do you feel has the best position looking at the zone?
God, I would say I like Royals of War to be able to extend their momentum from that high ground, but it's not in the zone. That's the problem. They got to fight through a bunch of different teams. Otherwise, it's one big, I mean, dare I say, it's a battle royale of just teams hiding behind like a single tree, a single rock. And this is when having multiple players up is even more impactful because you can get those sight lines when there's significantly less cover.
Oh, what a shot there. Milos with the immediate headshot onto Guizao, and Death Wolves now their numbers starting to dwindle here. Obscure's going to be throwing a little bit of a smoke wall here towards this tree, and I want to see him back up that buggy. Yeah, back up that buggy just a little bit so you can have a little cover behind you. Oh. And, yep, that tree, though, that's a thick tree, Cameron.
Oh, yeah.
He'll be staying there for a minute. Oh, that nade. Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, Milo is looking to finish all of these knocks, clear all of these kills, get as many of these eliminations confirmed as possible before they go. Before the revives can get locked in, and that's going to be it for Guizao. I think it's now just another 1v1 here on the northeast side, and SLR, they're looking to try and get involved, try and pick up a couple of points here and there. Weren't able to get too many of them up until this point, at least within this fight on the northeast side, but Obscure just prone down, again, hiding behind that rock. The pressure from the solo player of Liquid Cardozo out from that tower made him very, very unsure about going for the 1v1 against Milo.
Yeah, let's see where this next zone goes. Who's going to have the advantage here? All right, this is a pretty open area. That compound, though, is still available, that little mini Alamo right there. Wonder who's going to take that. Is it going to be Royals of War? And I'll tell you what, even though SLR are so down on the leaderboards, I want to see them get hyper aggressive here, Cameron. Right? They have some numbers. They have a good position. If they wanted to even try a crazy, unbelievable run, they need like 15 elimination chicken dinners every game, right? And I want to see them at least try to go for that. Koi gets knocked, and you can just see them, right? SLR just trying to play the same game that they've been playing all tournament long.
Yeah, I mean, once they saw those eliminations, once they saw those, even the knocks come into play against Death Wolves, they should have pushed out themselves and try use their main advantage, extend that, and sweep over the entire area and clean up that side. But now that because they've had their focus split between the northeast, but there's also the southwest, they're getting these knocks now against them. Thankfully, they're able to go through. Dragon's able to get the revive onto Koi. They can stay at least as 3 up. But there's so much pressure coming in from opposite sides. And with E7 even able to extend some of their players up towards the north to really set their own crossfires up, it's looking very unsure for SLR.
It's just bad altogether, in my opinion, because, I mean, like, SLR, they're not going to, with 2 elimination, chicken dinner's not going to do it, right? You need crazy more numbers than that. So I would rather see exactly what you said, right? Hey, make the push outside and make some plays happen. I mean, you got nothing to lose at this point. You're in 15th place. Get it done.
Yeah. You can't just look at your position in the zone, like, top down and say whether you're in defend or not. It's also about the terrain, but fight 1v1! Oh, Doran is finally able to put a stop to Team Liquid. 6 eliminations for Titan, 5 onto Doran, so a pretty positive run for them, able to secure top 4 in this round at least.
Alrighty, we got N87, SLR still in the game here, so teams at the bottom, right? Making it all the way to the end in game number 1. Titan Gaming in 13th place. N87 in last. Super Lazy Reflex at 15th. So, you know, some inconsequential points being made. But Royals of War, right? They're the ones that still need it the most at this point. Wow, Erangel with 7. 9 eliminations. Great start for this team.
Yeah, really good. Taking a nice position. It's the most defensible spot in the zone, and that's a pretty low bar to clear, I admit. And they're mostly just looking for the final players that they have kind of been tracking on the east side. They heard the fight that happened at the tower. And so they should know that Doran is just coasting along that ridge. He's hiding below that defilated. Nope, spotted out! Whoa, the damage got close. The damage got close. But yeah, that's a 10th kill. 10th elimination for Royals of War.
8 for Erangel, all by himself. And I'll tell you what, when the going gets rough, having a player just perform like crazy, I mean, you could just see, right, how much that will just improve the team's mental game, right? So I'm interested to see how Royals of War are going to finish the day off with just such a amazing start here.
couple of fishing shots by White Elegy. Tracking the flex player of E7. Shots from Koi as well. And Waka was doing a good job of just not going down. Finding opportunities, finding openings, but without being too aggressive, overly aggressive with it.
Yeah, and that could be another... Well, Entity 7, I mean, 5 eliminations so far. Not a bad game for them. Very, very spread out. They have the numbers above everyone else. They're the only team right now with a 4-man. Everybody else is rocking a duo.
Yeah.
But I would not count Rules of War out, especially with how Erangel has been playing.
Yeah, and also the position. I think they have a small little corner of their compound, of the wall, that they can play from. It's not going to be a pretty central spot, but it could be impactful, especially as Entity 7 are so focused on SLR. And look at this slow creep, crawl forward, knows where Koi is. I don't know if that was a bit too premature, but the grenade's going to go out.
Jumping nade, not able to make it just yet. Koi going to use that antenna as coverage, and it's going to work for now. Anyone's game at this point. E7, right, on the move. They're going to be spreading their players out. Oh, White Elegy in big trouble, and Hate's going to catch them.
Yeah, nothing for Koi to do, but just watch.
Oh, wait, Kogo stole it.
Listen, that's great for Royals of War. It's terrible for E7, who are having a good game of their own, but to lose any elimination is not a great feeling. But hey, at least now in E7, they get more incentive to try and get Royals of War back and at least confirm the chicken dinner. But no,
Era. God, gonna get another elimination here. Call that 9. Unbelievable. Super Lazy Reflex eliminated, so now it's just Royals of War versus Entity 7, and they lose a player pretty needlessly here.
They still have the man advantage, but the cover that is being abused by Royals of War, Cold Code is going to extend out into the rock, but this is where that man advantage, that crossfire setup, can start to become more impactful as Royals of War need to leave their compound in order to have some semblance of solid positioning. They can't just wait for Phase 8.
You gotta watch. Kogo needs to watch out. Yeah, he's gonna watch out for that rock there because his legs are gonna be exposed here at this point. But he does have a little bit of that hill to help give him a little bit of coverage. But I would not count out Rules of War just yet. Even though Entity 7, they have the man advantage, they have the terrain advantage as well. But the way Rules of War are shooting, they're looking pretty good. Entity 7 need to just close this game though.
And I mean, their positioning should. It really is it's just going to come down to how effectively Royals of War can get the knocks when the opportunities present itself. Colgoat being pitted forward under the rock is a good start.
Don't count out Entity 7, Cameron, because you know what? They're in a big battle themselves. You know what that battle is, Cameron?
What?
It's the battle for not last place.
That's an important one.
It is. It is. And let's see if they're going to be able to lift themselves out of that position. I mean, 6 eliminations, top 2 finish already is great for them. But man, I'll tell you what, Royals of War, Erangel with 8. That is a insane performance.
So here's the thing for E7. Both members of Royals of War are focused on that Southwest player, Francois. And he has a nice angle, and he's not over peak in that spot. But once the blue comes in, he's going to be pushed out in the open.
That's right.
And if he gets instantaneously lit up without any response available by his teammates, that is the opening that I think Royals of War are going to be waiting on and playing for.
I think it's all up to Hate here. I think Hate has to make a push to that tree on the left side. And the play zone catches him! So he just goes out to zone, and Colgoat actually gets the finish. Erangel peeks out. Hate immediately peeks back. It's a 2v2. Oh, beautiful headshot, though, from Hate. And it couldn't have been at a better time.
Not at all. Grenades come out on both sides. Try and even things up. That rock is doing a great job defending Colgoat.
Well, we've now reached stage 9, folks. This zone is going to go down into absolutely nothing. If Colgoat was able to get that nade, it'd be huge. But now Deblim is there. Oh, he might be blind. He is blind. And a nade is on his way. Oh, just short.
And look at Hate flanking around, flanking from the backside. He's completely undetected, but suddenly Colgoat's going to spot it out. Realizes that he's been surrounded.
Does he have the nade? He does it. Oh, 1v1. He's got it. Oh, and he gets taken out. Entity 7 gonna win the first game of the day. I mean, we didn't even talk about this squad at the start, but a great performance from them. But you got to give it up to Royals of War as well, because they're the ones that have the most to lose at this time, and they really put in work to start things off here, Cameron.
Absolutely. They made Entity 7 really have to work for their win there. It got so close at the end. And I do think Royals of War got the most points of the round, regardless of not confirming the chicken dinner. But what's the word? There's a word for it. Like the emotional battle of getting that, the moral victory of getting the chicken dinner is also just going to help E7's mental as they head into the rest of today and this whole week.
Yeah, great game, man. An exciting game to start the day off with. You know, funny enough, both E7 and Royals of War had not received a win and had not earned a win. Both of them since day number 6. So it was kind of like, who's going to win and who's going to, end that dry spell? Well, obviously it was E7, and good on them for doing so. You know, Hot Jukes, I was looking at them for the longest time, and going into, I believe, Zone 6, there was only 2 teams who had 3 or 4 members respectively. E7 was one of them, and then the other one was SLR. So SLR actually had 4. E7, I believe, was hovering around 3 for the long, or no, E7 had 4, and then SLR had 3. So they had the biggest leap. I was like, all right, these two are going to be the number 1 and number 2. But SLR ended up dropping off. E7, though, kept their members up to the very end. And what I liked about them is they covered a majority of that final zone. They kind of spread out right to get multiple angles, kind of triangulate their opponents. And it ended up working out in the end, although you got to give credit to Royals of War for that final battle.
Oh, yeah, you have to for sure. I will say this. I would have liked to see Entity 7 just pop off afterwards and say, you guys are trash. Y'all better fear us, baby. We're coming back. And honestly, I will say this. With Entity 7 starting out so strong, they could be one of the most feared teams in here. And the reason why is because they have nothing to lose, right?
True.
So if they wanted to, they could hot drop on your squad and just say, nah, we're not going to let you qualify, right? So still... right? Even though you are, they're down on the leaderboards, I wouldn't want to bully them for sure.
Cameron, I view teams like E7 as the boogeymen, okay? They're the Grim Reapers. They're the ones that can dictate whether you get top 4 or not.
Yeah, and again, just as Jukes was saying, going towards the end of a tournament, when the teams get more established on their position in the leaderboard, and when what they're have opportunities to gets narrower and narrower, you will start to see them make decisions based off of that, because when there's a team that you have the opportunity of actually sort of overtaking their position on the leaderboard, you're more likely to go aggressive into their spot. When those positions aren't available, who knows what they're going to do in the meantime? They could just go off of vibes at that point.
Hey, Taylor, real quick. Real quick. Could you imagine if Hyper was in the race for top 3? Right?
Oh my gosh.
That would have been insane. Oh my God, that would have been great.
Dude, any team in the running for NA would be like, whoa, that would have been incredible. And honestly, big moves from North America if that were to happen. But we got in Hyper still up in there, right? NRG Galaxy most improved. We're okay. We're doing all right. Let's start, though, at the beginning, and it was actually Zone 3 is where I want to start, and Hotchix will go to you. I want to talk about that battle between B-Bold and Team Liquid that went down. Cardozan was looking like the boogeyman of Team Liquid, but he kind of had to be that boogeyman given the fact that he was the only one alive at the time, but B-Bold was also giving it the TL, too.
I mean, if you're B-Bold, if you're their coach, or, that's one where you let out a big sigh. You know what I'm saying? You're like, what is happening here? Because I noticed mistakes before that even happened, right? I saw Reyes pushing into buildings by himself, and I was like, if Cardoso was in one of those buildings with that DBS, you could easily get knocked and thirsted, and now you're down a player, right?
Yeah.
But then something worse happened, right? You see the player knock, Cardoso just takes full advantage of it. It's mistakes like that that one play alone could be the difference between them making it into top 3 or not.
True. Well, they do decently well. 4 eliminations, 8th place, so they get placement points. They also get their 4 elims. People, the team that's trying to rise up the ranks, I believe, on the lower ends. But, Cameron, let's give credit, though, to obviously, Royals of War. Royals of War looking great, getting a massive win against Alpha7, knocking them out in 14th place. Through their good effort, and also Eric got absolutely popping off, finishing with a total of 8 eliminations. They finish in 2nd place, and you called that they get more they get more points over E7 despite not getting the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and we didn't actually see it, but remember, one of the team wipes that they got, Royals of War, was against Alpha7. And even though they did arguably have a better position, because Alpha7 was the team on the sweep, and Royals of War were sort of defending their spot, even though with the blue coming in, they weren't going to be there for too long. Regardless, they still were able to win a fight against one of the top dogs. So absolutely, they are making a big statement here. The big question is, can they continue that run?
That's a big question, right? Royals of War, they've got a big come-up potential, and they need to come up today. You talked about it, right, Hot Chicks, in the pre-show. It's like Royals of War is a team that can absolutely make it in the top 4, but given the fact that they were a little bit lower, sitting in 8th place, they were one of those teams that had a better chance than AGG and Be Bold, but, they had the best chance, and I think they're making the most of it. This was such a big game from them. Do they move up the leaderboard?
It looks like, they're not gonna, because they have a big gap to cross, right?
Sure.
But that's how you cross it, right? We needed to see crazy games from them today. They can close that gap, and then they can easily surpass Death Wolves if they do great on their double points day. So they're doing what they need to do. There's still 5 matches left to go, though, right? They can't let off the gas. And I'll say this, if Erangel, you see him do performances like he just did today,
yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. 8 eliminations, 1,000 damage all by himself, right? That is how you start things off.
Absolutely, without question, Erangel was incredible. Give respect though also to his duo of Kogo, who I think was so implemental in that final zone, putting up such a tremendous fight. Loved what they were doing. Royals of War, a standout team in game number 1. We look at the second page, Cameron. The only moving that we have is SLR will move up, and that's because they do get 3rd place with 3 eliminations. Outside of that, though, no moving around. Be Bold. AGG still looking to break in the top 8.
Yeah, definitely need to. And I'll tell you what, Cameron, right? Be Bold, making a mistake like that with how many points they need to cross, that hurts.
It does, and I don't even know how that can happen. But I do want to give a little bit of extra love to Entity 7. They got the chicken dinner. They didn't get as many kills, eliminations as Royals of War did, but the fact that we saw them constantly moving around that end game, they weren't scared, and which you could easily see for a 16th place team. They weren't scared and like all huddled in a corner. They were really trying to go for the full win.
And what I appreciate about Be Bold, despite them taking that early L against Team Liquid, they still had 2 members up, giving that revive. You called it out, Cameron, a little bit earlier into the game. And they do finish decently well from what they could have finished off with if Team Liquid would have been able to, sink their teeth into all of them. Although you got to give credit over towards Team Liquid Cardozan. I mean, he definitely tried picking up 3, or at least nearly picking up 3. Well, that's game number 1. Erangel finished. A wonderful game coming out from E7. Obviously, Royals of War, they get the most points with their 2nd place. We'll see if they continue that movement up the leaderboard. 30 points still to catch number 7, but hey, anything is possible during the final week. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map number 2, Miramar, coming your way.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman's set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
welcome back everybody to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 11. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. Game number 1 is done with, and what a game it was for E7 and Royals of War. When we talk about the standings, for those who might just be tuning in and just joining up, right, there is a massive battle that's taking place for 3rd and 4th. 1st and 2nd, as you should know, Alpha7, Team Liquid, they locked that in. Team Liquid currently in 1st place, Alpha7 there in 2nd place. But Hot Jukes, man, when we talk about the standings and we talk about the teams trying to come up, who are we looking out for?
Oh man, we're obviously looking at 3rd place all the way down to 7th, right? They're the ones that have the best chance to be able to secure that last slot that gives you that golden ticket to the group stage, right? 1st to 3rd, get there. We know who's 1st and 2nd, right? It's going to be one of those two teams, but 3rd is still up for grabs. 4th as well gets you to the survival stage, but you don't want to go there unless you have no choice. But going on down, right? Royals of War, 8th place down to 10th. They still have a chance, right? Realistically, with double points, but they have to have ridiculous games at the start. And one team that did it out of those 3 is Royals of War, especially in this last match.
Absolutely, Royals of War, Cameron, right? That game was so big, not because it's their first win since day number 6, but because they're in 8th place, and outside of 9th and 10th, who still have a chance, right, but need to step it up from this point forward, Royals of War is a team that is closest, at least when it comes to the front page, into potentially breaking it, or the furthest, I should say, to breaking into 3rd and 4th. So that game number 1 was instrumental to the moving up.
Yeah, and Erangel was instrumental on Royals of War performance there.
Yes.
So definitely you have to assume that the other members of that team were there in support elements. They were playing what we call pack play, which is when like all 4 players basically stay together and just spin through team fights one after another. And so they're all next to each other. But Erangel was like the tip of the spear, the one dealing most of the damage, getting most of those eliminations, was active until the very, very end. If he can keep up that performance and the rest of the team can continue to back him up, I am excited to see if Royals of War, how long it takes them to really break over Queso in 7th place, and how high they can get even on this first day, and that's before bonus points become a factor.
Yeah, well, that's what excites me. You know, I think today is the big day to try and close that gap as much as possible. Bonus points is going to happen for every single team, all 16 of them, right? But today is the day where everybody's on an even playing field, and you have a chance to even up that gap a little bit more. And if you can do so, just maybe even move above your competition, or at least have it as close as possible, it's going to make the double points day, whether it be for you, even better, or if you don't have double points that day and maybe your opponents do, it's going to soften that blow a little bit, Hot Juke. So I think today is incredibly important to do the best you can. I think every day is important, obviously, but today, just that even play field makes it even more important in my eyes.
For sure. I mean, you have to make sure that you are just warmed up and ready to go. You have to believe in yourself. And a lot of these teams, I think, struggle with that, you know, and today is that opportunity, right? Because it's even playing field for everybody. You want to be able to pop off, right? Be bold. Seeing them make such a simple mistake and getting crushed for it is going to hurt, right? I want to see them bounce back, though, right? It's not like it's impossible. It's going to be hard, though, after a game like that. Royals of War did exactly what they needed to do today, as opposed to all the other teams in 3rd on down. They just shredded everybody at the start. They have a lot of points. They still have a big gap to cross, right? But now that gap may not look as large to them now that they had at least one good game under their belts.
I think what hurts, though, about Be Bold so much is that they still are in the conversation of breaking it into, the top 4, but they're also the furthest away in 10th place for the realistic teams to potentially move on up. And the fact that they get punished that hard, I know it's not something that they feel good about, but it's something that they're going to have to deal with, and recovery is key. The top competitors should know how to recover well. And speaking of which, Cameron, going into Miramar Game 2, what team needs the biggest recovery?
I mean, it's got to be Bold, or it's got to be Influence Rage. It's got to be any of these teams that we're talking about trying to really face off against Alpha7 and Team Liquid. The lucky thing is that we play so many games throughout this entire event. One round won't define you. It's how you're able to bounce back.
That's right. Well, here it is. Game number 2 about to get started. We're hopping into Miramar. So excited to see if Royals of War can keep that energy up, or will Alpha7 look for some revenge, right? Given the fact that Royals of War wiped them clean off the map. They look to come in even stronger this time around alongside that of E7. Can they go back-to-back? We'll find out all that and more as map number 2 gets underway. Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Let's get it going here. Match number 2, we're going to head into Miramar here. And we're going to see how this goes. Plane path right down the center, just south of El Pozo. That's going to be a good drop for Alpha7. And, you know, one thing in particular, Cameron, I think that especially teams like, you know, pretty much third place all the way down to 10th, they should take advantage of the day at another level. Because in my eyes, I think Alpha7 and Team Liquid are still just kind of having fun with this. You know, I think they're absolutely trying their heart out, but I think they're more focused on like fixing problems and making adjustments, getting ready for the next stage, you know? In the latter days of this tournament, when it comes down to really who's going to get first and second, I think that's where we're going to really see Alpha7 and Team Liquid, you know, go back to the main strategies that work and go all out. So if you have any chance right now to put points on the board, I think it's right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of just chilling at the top. We saw a little bit of that with Team Liquid being a little free and loose with their approach around that Stalber area. Granted, they picked up an initial kill elimination onto Influence Rage while doing so, but it just speaks to the fact that at the top they're feeling virtually untouchable unless it's Alpha7 on the opposite side of things. And so that we could see that give some opportunities to the teams on the chase, have more options, more opportunities for scoring there, where the teams that are usually like trying to soak up all of those points, be those point sponges, kind of giving up that pressure just a little bit.
For sure, for sure. And now we have a nice southern circle, and I mean nice in a very sarcastic way. This is the worst zone for Miramar, I think, for a lot of these teams. Having to go down south, the terrain's just that much more brutal. But it does open up the, you know, an opportunity for some of these squads that are kind of nomads in Miramar. They could just get some vehicles, head down south, loot for free, and, you know, set themselves up early.
Right. I was looking through the numbers a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, I believe outside of the top two teams, All Glory Gaming actually is one of the better performers on Miramar. So if there is a team that should be looking to try and sort of squeeze every last drop out of this specific round, that's definitely one of them, because they're going to be in the mix. They're in 9th place, just below Royals of War, or at least they were just below before the 19-point grab that we saw in the previous round. But still, they could easily bounce back themselves and make sure the Royals of War can't separate themselves from them too quickly.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be the week where we see, or at least I hope we see, Cameron, right? Some different strategies come out, because I think teams need to really be realistic here. Like, just playing this game as is for a lot of these squads isn't going to get you into 3rd place. You know, I think that a lot of these teams need to perform well, especially on their double points day, and then look to start hunting down and maybe even hamstringing some of their squad, other teams on their double points day, you know? So I want to see that. We haven't really seen teams, I think, adjust strategies apart from Death Wolves, right? Because FURIA had their double points day last week, Cameron, and Death Wolves on Sanhok went up to that north eastern island that FURIA goes to, since the zone went there, and they actually took them out early on. So that's the only time so far we've seen those adjustments. I hope we see some here this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new thing, this double points activation. I haven't seen it used before on mobile. Maybe it has somewhere else that I've just missed it, but it is a new thing. And our job is to kind of just sit and watch, and so we tend to theory craft a lot more. But when you're actually in the server, it's understandable, and it's usually the case that teams just kind of focus on what's worked for them in the past. And so it takes a while for any sort of actual meta adjustments, strategic adjustments, especially when it comes to the sort of overall leaderboard game. Because, you know, there's the game in the server itself, and then there's the game of what the leaderboard means, and the reactions, and great shots from SLR. Alpha7 losing 2 off the rip.
This is Alpha7's kryptonite when it comes to Miramar. You know, losing players early on rotation. We know they like to drive through El Pozo, so they're looted up to the teeth. But, you know, sometimes you got to full send it on down, and you get caught out, and that's exactly what happened. Losing 2 of their best players as well. Oh, that's got to hurt.
Yeah. Ugh. But that's kind of my point. Like, when are we going to start seeing more rotational camps against teams that are on a double point day?
Oh, that's what kills me, because I've been waiting to see that. I'm like, why? It makes no sense for teams not to do it, in my opinion. You know which 4 squads are going to have their double points day. You know where they like to drop. So why not try to camp a rotation and you know, just take out a player, maybe even two? And let's be real, if you're gonna do that against a team like Alpha7, that's the best way to fight them, right?
Exactly.
You don't want to fight them straight up, you know. So
no.
if you can take them out of a vehicle like that, I mean, that's gonna help you out big time.
Yeah, where they can fight back, but you know, you give yourself at least a little bit of an advantage. Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Especially early on. I mean, because yeah, worst case it doesn't work, you just drive away. You know.
Yeah.
And not to mention, it works regardless, because now you got Alpha7 questioning themselves. You got teams thinking, oh man, are they camping us? And that could slow their rotation down by a few seconds, Cameron. And you know how it is in battle royales. Even every second counts, right?
Yeah, 100%. Every single second counts, which is what we've talked about so many times before about making the right call at the right time and everyone just full sending it, full commitment. And if you delay even a couple of moments, a couple of seconds, then your plan could really just get turned upside down. That's the same thing for spoiling another team. You get a knock, even if you don't confirm that elimination, you force them to go for the revive, and that can like ruin their game, or at least their initial game plan there.
Or even nading your own teammate, Cameron.
Or exactly.
Yeah, that hurts as well.
So,
Yeah.
But when it comes to going for these risk-reward plays, sure, prize pool is nice. All these teams that are going to try and put themselves in the best position on the leaderboard at the end of this event, it makes sense. But it's the final week. I want to see teams say, I am willing to try and like throw a Hail Mary that could potentially get me third, even if it risks me dropping down like 2 or 3 leaderboard positions if it doesn't go right.
Yeah, even if that team gets destroyed in the group stage, right, during the World Cup, the experience alone is going to be absolutely incredible. Not to mention that, was it $3 million prize pool we're going to see coming up? Oh boy. So
And?
Yeah, I mean, that is what we want to see. Oh, and what?
And it was not even confirmed that they're going to get destroyed. Death Wolves have been a total Cinderella story.
That's true.
Of this entire season so far. So for everyone else, yeah, sure, maybe I wouldn't expect much out of them. Death Wolves, I don't know what to expect. So if we get another team like that into the mix, suddenly throwing them into the global stage and seeing what happens, that'll be exciting.
That would be exciting, especially for Death Wolves coming all the way from the qualifiers to here and doing so well. Definitely that Cinderella story. N87 popping some shots. This is probably the most aggressive we've seen them all tournament long. And that's a good sign. And it's unfortunate because we've seen this happen so many times, Cameron, where a team is so down the leaderboards last week, they start going crazy because now, like, all the anxiety, right? All the pressure is off their shoulders.
Yeah, what's the worst that can happen? And this is what I was talking about, how the fact that they were actually playing the end game of the previous round to win. They were going on those flanks. They were setting up those crossfires. They weren't just huddling, hide out in a corner, shivering with their tails between their legs. So the fact that we get to see them do that again with the momentum of the victory of the chicken dinner, they could be an impactful force to kind of be the final boss of the teams that are trying to break into the top 4, because it's not going to happen for them. Mathematically, it's impossible. But Phase 2 shifts to Los Leones. This is suddenly a very different game because
yes, it is.
Urban versus natural terrain, it's going to be wild.
You have to decide one or the other. And if you commit to Los Leones and that zone shifts away, it's going to be very difficult for your squad to extend to the end game. Let's see what happens, though, as you got Be Bold, looking to possibly camp out Influence Rage, pick off a couple players. They are in the middle of zone here, so this is a great position for them to be in. Loredzen not able to get the knock on the Federal. So if they realize this is the same team, they could push on in a 4v3 situation.
Or even just take the isolated player and go for a 4v1. Free kill. Free point, free elimination. But no, they are going to focus and stay on the high ground. They're not going to accidentally just full send into...
They should push this.
I mean, can you blame them for being a little tentative after the last game?
After the last game, yes. But I mean,
make sure
they're 380 points.
Cross all their T's, dotting all of their I's. They need to be like 100% prepared for everything that could happen.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. You know, I just looking at where they're at on the leaderboards, and again, like, if I'm Be Bold, I'm hunting third. Like, third is my goal, right? And if you get an opportunity like that, which is a pretty obvious, like, hey, 4v3, 4v2 situation, I think that you should take it, especially right now. It's Miramar, early zone. Now it's too late. Now you've given up way too much time. Your chance of getting third partied is high, right? It's just, you have to make those gut instant decisions. And I think the reason why Be Bold isn't willing to take that risk is the reason why we see them, you know, in 10th.
Could very well be. If you see Hyper, they're sending a lot of shots towards Queso, getting some good damage. They haven't got the knock for their own aggressive maneuver if they were looking for that.
Yeah, this is a tough position. This is what I early game play style, Cameron. Now that we got a little bit of time, this is something that I want to see teams tighten up, because what we notice is these teams like Team Liquid, Alpha7, the two top squads, they almost avoid early game fights entirely, because they just know that, hey, if we take this fight, we're going to get third party. You know, they only take them unless it's super obvious. They know they can delete them in like 30 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
So seeing, you know, teams like Hyper take these shots when realistically they're not going to push, just kind of puts a little question mark in my head. What do you think?
I mean, if they get a knock, they could then try and push off of it. And I think it can be useful for scouting maneuvers and getting that information, because that's only going to help them further into the round. The problem is, so many times we've seen, not just for Hyper, for any other team, that if they get knocked while doing that, their entire game plan falls apart.
Well, I mean, let's be real, though. Let's say if they were even to get a knock on Team Queso and push, I mean, what are the odds they're just going to get third-partied and deleted either way? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's where I'm starting to really realize, like, the difference between these top two squads. Like, they choose their fights well. We'll see, like, Team Liquid even get 2 knocks, but if they know they're going to get third-partied, they'll just say, let me just hold off, you know?
Well, but the damage on getting a knock, even if you don't push, can be useful later on in the game. These things of what we call resources of, like, helmet and armor, endurance, the bleed out timers, that stuff can be even just med kits and stuff that can be impactful later on in the game, and you never know what could come and help you, what butterfly effect helps you later on.
Absolutely. And not to mention, you know, gets them thumbs warm for the end game.
It also if you get knocked, you're less likely to peek that angle again.
Good point. Good point indeed. Well, this is still stage 3. Yeah, looks like Bold. Oh, challenging FURIA here. This is a big challenge. And FURIA getting that knock onto Brunson is going to hurt quite a bit. Where's the rest of Bold? They need to commit the entire squad here. David now putting some shots on the Kayovsky. Got to win this 1v1.
Oh! Everyone's trying to get a ammo! These were very chaotic 1v1 sends by FURIA. They were coming in all the way from the south. This is why Bold, I think, wanted to hang on to this position instead of pushing it onto the teams around them as separate and isolated as they were. But Bold do lose 2 players.
Oh,
and
no.
David might have also lost the vehicle. That's not good.
Oof. The McLaren, unfortunately, just stuck in one of the worst positions. Now Deathwolves is nearby. And look at this, right? We're talking about third parties. Deathwolves were right there. That fight ended just in the perfect time for Bold, but they do lose 2 in the process. So again, some of these early fights are tough. FURIA lost the most though, because they are right there aiming for third place.
Yeah.
And you know, Deathwolves, I think Deathwolves, since they saw FURIA in the fight, they definitely pushed this extra hard.
Oh no, I think it's under the vehicle where these bullets are hitting. This has just gone from bad to worse for Bold. At least they have one still alive, dropping the smoke a bit late.
Gotta chunk it. David in big trouble. Now he's gonna go for the run here. All Glory Gaming might see him though. Does Cardi C spot him? We'll see in the next few minutes. Oh, he gets caught anyway from Influence Rage. Diego gonna get that thirst all the way from inside of Los Leones. And now here come the Deathwolves. Deathwolves do feel that, yeah, they see Hyper pretty weak here. Obscure with that DBS on the push.
Very aggressive push. There is a little bit of backup, but it's all 4 members of Hyper. They know that they're wounded. A couple of the med kits have already been popped, already been deployed, but they're just keeping the pressure on Hyper here.
Deathwolves need to make a commitment here really fast. There we go. Gonna go ahead and get that thirst. Beautifully done. And now, yeah, Hyper in big trouble. Deathwolves almost got them all taken out. We need to see a crazy play though. Stars gets knocked, and that should be it for Hyper. They go out very early.
Clean, not a single knock against Deathwolves. That's absolutely huge, and it's even more impactful because the circle does continue to not favor them, but this position is still a point of interest in the zone, and they don't have to worry too much about trying to send it into the next zone as quickly as you would fear.
Hey, FURIA gotta be kicking themselves. Oh, that monster truck, too close for comfort. As we're gonna watch SLR and 9Z go at it, and Choco still gets the knock against Dragon. And there's Koi way far away from his team. Just gonna have to watch his squad slowly dwindle away from long range. Oh, nice shot though against Choco. Hop in the vehicle and he's on the way.
Oh, good damage, but White Elegy's not able to stay
Just commit,
alive.
Koi. Just commit
No,
to it.
at this point, back away. At this point, just try and salvage placements out.
What placement? What placement are you going to salvage?
On the corner of the zone, there is not much threat around this area. I understand it. I think a send could work either way. It's kind of a 50-50 choice.
Oh, he got the great. Oh, I thought he was going to get that confirmation at least. And, oh, here comes Alpha7 just saying, oh, well, if you're not going to do it, we will.
Yeah, that's the other problem. The threat of a team third-partying with all of these knocks and eliminations in the kill feed was high. So, again, Koi perhaps a bit too tentative, but I completely understand it. As Alpha7, remember, they lost 2 players very early on, so they're not going to overpush this position either. Just use those frag grenades, try and steal a couple of eliminations away.
See what happens is Titan Gaming now on the push up towards All Glory Gaming. All Glory Gaming in 9th position, if I recall. Yep, you're going to have to make a play here. Red Ox, with the DBS, shutting them down real quickly. And the rest of All Glory Gaming too far away to help out their player. And Red Ox from long distance down to 1 HP. He's gonna go get knocked. Yep, and that is Red Ox going to get finished. Oh, but Doran, he's right there.
Good trade.
Yeah, get the nice trade and maybe res on inactive. No, not gonna happen.
Yeah, Doran has to try and isolate these 1v1s. Gets one down. Now it is 1v1 left. First aid kit coming through, but it's a revive happening on the opposite side for AGG V2. There is a third-party team getting curious on that side as we do hop over back to the southwest. Again, Alpha7 versus 9Z, and Koi did come. Koi did join the party.
Hey, better late than never. Koi said, "Okay, you know what? I am gonna get in the mix. What do I got to lose? We're in 14th place. Let me make something happen. It'd be good for him to develop his skills." And Koi is honestly, he is a legend in the game. I mean, this man can get it done by himself. So why not? If you're SLR, hey, Koi, put on a show. Who knows? We might see him on another team soon.
Oh man, smokes out by Doran. I think Gizao knows where that player is hiding out in, though the Molly goes a bit too far, and Doran's frag grenade in return! Listen,
Yeah,
if Doran and AGG V2 have like a silent mental handshake here, maybe Deathwolves could get stopped.
It's possible here. Oh, Elite. Wow, look at that. 9Z actually punishing Alpha7 here. That is interesting. As actually, McGrellin did get knocked. 2 of the Alpha7 players are gone. Next zone goes on up. Who do you like in this next zone, Cameron?
Oh man, I mean, anyone who's in Los Leones, it's kind of
Who do you like the
coin
most,
flip from
though?
there. I guess
Who do you
Influence
like the
Rage.
most?
I suppose Influence Rage. But it's not.
Andy7, they're unstoppable. They won the last game, Cameron. It's their time to shine. They're gonna come back. I'm telling you.
My concern with E7's position right now is that it is quite split for an urban finish. It's very easy for those separated, isolated players to get run up upon by even like a duo or a trio in those
see
buildings.
What happens? Yeah, absolutely correct.
I'd like to see them group up and hold that center spot. If they do that, then they'll my top spot, top building of this zone.
Let's see what happens here. As you know, Team Liquid are still in the mix. They have all 4 players up, so they could definitely try to extend that first place lead above Alpha7. Alpha7 with 3 eliminations, even though they have 2 players. That is going to put them back in first place temporarily. As we're still in stage 5. Yep, and this is going to be the Team Liquid position. They're going to have a little bit of a hill to climb here in the next few minutes, but they're going to make a push. It's going to be onto Entity 7, so that they do have that going for them.
Problem is, iNCO's going to be looking at it. iNCO's going to be overwatching that with the high floor, high angles from these buildings, and Liquid playing in from the low ground. It's going to be difficult for them. If they have some vehicles, I could see them just making a send into the zone and finding a spot to hold out in. But the spray's coming out. Like I say, it's playing. It's what, fish in a barrel? It's whack-a-mole.
Oh yeah. And now, iNCO's going to be staring at this spot for sure, because the next zone, if it goes up in any other direction, then Team Liquid's going to have to push out into the open. So the iNCO's definitely going to be writing down in their notebook and have that ready to go for this next circle. Let's see where it pops, though. It can still go in any direction. It looks like we are going to get that urban finish, Cameron. So we're going to see this zone go down to nothing.
If it goes southwest, then it will be a bit of a different game with interesting terrain in play. But yeah, anywhere else, buildings galore, just everyone hiding out and trying to be the last one alive, which is, I feel like, is kind of just battle royales in general, but
That is the
especially
goal.
so.
That is the goal,
but
Cameron.
you know what I mean. Like an urban
do.
finish, there's an extra level to it.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, everyone's just trying to survive, and there's just so many buildings, so much coverage. I mean, the chance of you being able to, snake it to a top position is totally possible. Cardi in the open. Oh, putting on his dancing shoes, but Rato Boy gets knocked in return by Influence Rage Law. So Influence Rage in the mix here. Guizao and Death Wolves. Man, these guys are on a tear. 8 eliminations. And that is going to extend their third place lead by quite a bit, especially considering that FURIA are eliminated. So if Influence Rage realize that this is Death Wolves, I think they definitely need to try to make a little bit of a step up to try and take them out. But they are so far away.
Yeah.
They are going to be just holding their position for now. Next zone about to pop. Where's it going?
Southwest? Maybe? No, it's going to basically
center.
be center. It goes west just a touch. But this is still, look at E7. I think they are starting to group up just a little bit. They are quite greedy with their 1-2-1 split still. But it hasn't been pushed on yet. It hasn't been capitalized yet. So we'll see if they can hold on to that better. But now Influence Rage, a good position still. Them trying to extend towards the center. I don't know what positions are really possible and what's available. So I could easily see them just locking down this position that they're at on the east side further.
Team Liquid getting a knock onto iNCO from downtown. Yeah, you can see Jocko saying, all right, let me just try to group up with my squad. I think this was definitely a very, very greedy split. But they recognized it. We're able to make it safely to each other. iNCO Gaming putting some shots on the NRG. And I think we're going to see some more hurrying up and wait. So 2 minutes on the clock. And, but, Koi catches McGrellan. So SLR Koi still putting in some work.
All right, puts it down to a 1 versus 1. SLR versus Alpha7.
I like it.
Koi's going to make it close.
Mafioso throwing some mollies. Oh, Koi jumping boxes. The floor is lava. And Mafioso. They are going to see. Yep, he sees Team Liquid wide out in the open. Now Koi. Now he said, okay, I know we're going against each other. It's time to work together.
Prepping a grenade. Smoking off that angle. Smoking off the potential cross, I think it might have been. But also just trying to find a corner to hide in, because this is a good push for a Liquid to take. Much easier to push on this way, clear out a couple of enemy players, get some eliminations, get closer to placement points without having to push into the high ground that is blocked off aggressively by iNCO and E7.
Yeah, you got to be careful, though, because it is Koi and Mafioso. These are players that if you make a mistake, they're going to take advantage of it, for sure. Rato Boy got thirsted. So Death Wolves going to lose a huge player. Down to 3. Obscure getting knocked as well. Death Wolves just getting shredded here on the rotation.
Yeah, Death Wolves were in a really good position on the high ground, but there wasn't a lot of cover, and so moving from that spot, it's understandable that they're getting cut down at the pass.
It is what it is. Sometimes that is what happens. And yeah, look at that. Another player gets knocked. Rolls of War, especially since they realize this is Death Wolves. I am not shocked at all to see them just turn up the heat here. They want to get them thirsted out real quickly as we move back on over.
It's not even the 1 versus 1. Well, it is kind of 1 versus 1 because Ayala is way overextended. The pre-fire doesn't land. Koi, the great defense, instantly thirsts that one out. That was an unforced error by Liquid. No reason for Ayala to go so aggressive. We do have Death Wolves that get eliminated. Royals of War, very valuable eliminations for them to get because, again, how it impacts the leaderboard specifically.
Yeah, not to mention Death Wolves had 8 eliminations, so to stop them right then and there was very beneficial for them because they're trying to make that miracle run, but you got to stop Death Wolves at the meantime because if they keep playing the way they've been playing, Cameron, they're going to have a lead that's just not, it's insurpassable at this point. But we'll see what happens as, Alpha7 still alive, Mafioso, last player up, and he's going up against Team Liquid here, or he was. Next zone pops. Oh, a lot of these players are going to have to get moving.
E7's looking good, but I think Influence Rage, they might have even better angles. We'll see how that actually impacts. But those two teams are focused on opposite sides of the zone. It's like a bracket they're going to face off at the very end, most likely. But as we're still looking at the two solo players of A7 and SLR and the remaining members of Liquid.
Boy's got that molly. Yep, he heard those pre-fires. He's going to go right on back. Mafioso getting tagged up. Man, this movement is absolutely insane. He's keeping an eye on those Team Liquid players. That's the player he wants to take out. He's also got his eyes set on Koi.
Yeah,
and Koi knows, trying to cross this hallway is not going to be fun.
Yeah, Mafioso's been dodging grenades for a while. Koi only has one molly left. The blue's starting to close in. Koi has the advantage in this fight, but we'll see how Liquid impact it.
Koi and Mafioso just going at it. They say, hey, you know what? We know that we're going to go out no matter what to blue, so let's just try to get one more elimination, and it's Koi going to get Mafioso. So that is Alpha7 eliminated. And Koi most likely going to go out to blue here. And Team Liquid, they need to actually get on the move. 2 players up. They're going to do a blind send on up the hill.
No other option.
Out for them.
They tried to find some other angles to break in. Have been stopped every single bit of the way. And I don't know if this is going to be enough cover because Franco's high ground position. Chief needs to open something up. If he can get a knock here, that'll be something. But it's not going to happen as, yes, SLR do go down. They have 6 eliminations. Most, if not all, from Koi himself. And iNCO now. High ground spot overlooking Chief and the rest of Liquid.
Yeah, and I bet they're just trying to put a little bit more work onto them, make it more difficult for them to rotate. And it definitely is. So iNCO Gaming still in the mix, 6th place right now, 1 elimination, looking to try and catch Death Wolves here. All Glory Gaming go down. That's going to be a huge loss for them. And it's anybody's game as we're now about to reach stage 8. This is going to be the final circle shift for this game. Where is it going to go?
And there are still 8 teams alive. It's still an urban finish at the end of the day, even if it is featuring more of the industrial area. Who's coming in now?
Spraying everybody down. Gonna get the thirst, and it's him versus 7. Oh, but Franco from the back is gonna catch him slipping. So that is Team Liquid done for. They're gonna hold on to first place for another game here, as now N87 are setting their eyes onto Team Queso.
Oh, I mean, a good grab on the north, but now everyone's focused on the south. 4 versus 3. There is one member of E7 that's playing a more flank angle, but I'm not sure how much support they're going to be able to give here, especially because Queso are already in the bottom floor.
Anybody's game here. 6 teams still remaining. Who is going to take this chicken dinner? Influence, Rage, iNCO, Team Queso, Rules of War definitely needed. And Team Queso gonna get another elimination, and that is iNCO Gaming gone. Oh, look at this. Team Queso got the shotgun. 3rd person got the hill, and Silence. Oh, gets knocked. Are they going to be able to get the rest? The rest of the team is there. Team Queso needs to finish this quickly.
They do. This is great for E7. Put themselves in position to potentially get another chicken dinner, 2 in a row. Franco doesn't have time to heal on up, and the revives are coming through from Queso. Of course, the drop down's going to try and stop that, but the covering fire at range by Royals of War allows Queso to get the double revive.
Victex, man, just helping out Team Queso right there and shutting down N87. But now here comes NRG. NRG looking to go and put some pressure onto Team Queso as this zone is closing. And this will be the final zone coming up. Uh-oh, Fate. 2v1, DBS. Not able to hit the shots.
No, and the grenades aren't landing from the teammates outside. It's all down to Melas. Last one up for NRG. It's not going to be enough. Queso holding on. It was looking close every single time. The jump across was good for NRG, but still Queso, more elimination. 7 right now as they remove Entity 7.
Great teamwork there from Team Queso. Surprise Rolls of War didn't just straight punish them. Oh, here come the nades, though. Oh, that is way too close. M2M survives by the skin of his teeth. But yeah, Team Queso in big trouble. Rolls of War want to get these eliminations sooner rather than later.
And I'm seeing low meds on Queso across the board. They've been getting knocked a lot here. So I think 3rd place is probably the furthest they're going to be able to take themselves. And Royals of War, they are pushing hard, especially because they can play under these walls. No real angle for Influence Rage yet. Though, we see grenades being thrown in from the opposite side.
Team Queso eliminated. Top 2 remaining. Influence Rage definitely need to cross this road. And with that 3rd party, now they have a little bit of time to do so. So they are in a great position. It's going to be a big 1v1. Federal needs to try to catch Victex. Victex has the nade, though. Oh, and Federal jumps away from it. So anybody's game here. Rolls of War versus Influence Rage. A great game for both these teams. They needed these points badly.
A lot of grenades still left in play at the moment. Clearing out that final corner. Colcode on the high ground could spot the small type position that the trio of Influence Rage are playing on, but there is still a fourth here, more closer towards the center.
Got him. This should be a Royals of War win. Great performance. Oh, but that shot from Lob now brings it down. It's going to be up to Colgoat all by himself. What can he do? Oh, not to mention Tonka. Tonka finally pops out. Catches Federal, but gets caught in the same time. So Colgoat has to make it happen all by his lonesome.
Goes the high ground, has the advantage of the peak.
That Molly. Is he going to do good? Is he going to be able to get the beautiful spread? And I believe it does. He catches him. So Colgoat, not done yet. 9 eliminations for Royals of War. Oh, he's got to win this 1v1. Him versus Milo. DBS.
Oh.
And that is how it's going to end. Influence Rage with a very necessary chicken dinner. And oh, that's going to leave a lot of, pressure off their shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that one player Royals of War staying behind in the containers, letting them cross, that could have easily been the final nail in the coffin. But Influence Rage, they hold their nerve and they get the chicken dinner. And you could never rely on a Los Leones or any Urban Finish chicken dinner, so it's a good one to win.
For sure.
Oh, dude, come on. We've had 2 banger games back to back. I'm so happy. I really am, because now it's not just a narrative of Alpha7 and Team Liquid, which it typically is. We're getting much more. At least it's developing much more. Whether it's Influence Rage, you just get the winner chicken dinner. You go a game before that, E7 taking the victory. Royals of War, both back-to-back second places. Hot Jukes, I take that all day, every day if I'm Royals of War.
Oh man, I mean, they had a great game 1, right? They had a great game 1, and now with a second place finish here, this is 2 back-to-back good games of Royals of War. So when I said hey, this is what teams need to do if they want to get 3rd place, Royals of War is doing their job, right? The problem is we're seeing a lot of these teams above them do great performances as well, Taylor, right?
I know. Yeah, and it's, it's not hard to see, right? But I don't know, it's just weirdly today, I'm a Royals of War fan. I am. I mean, Colgo put up a tremendous performance in that final zone. I wanted him to clutch that 1v3. I mean, that would have been special from him. And then you got Erangel right from game number 1. But I want to start here. Cameron, Red Ox was putting in great work. Dorian as well. Titan Gaming caught out with their pants down and away against AGG, but they fought back tooth and nail.
Yeah, but like we're going to see throughout most of this round, once the mid-game hit, Influence Rage, with their position in the center of the urban spot, influenced so much. That's why we saw so many fights just like this on the edge, because no one could extend towards the center. They're also going to open themselves up for the high ground man and the high castle type shots.
Sure, Team Queso doing a wonderful job, like you said, through the chaos, and I love chaos, right? As a spectator, as a viewer, caster, host, whatever role I have right behind the screen, I love chaos. The players not so much, but Team Queso through that chaos. Let's talk about it. Great finish, 3rd place, 7 eliminations. We were just seeing a bit of that chaos. Obviously, they fall right here in the replay, but great work. Now let's talk about Influence Rage, though. They get into this tussle with the muscle at the end, and stage 9 almost get pieced up, but they hold their ground, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, they held their ground, phenomenally. I thought they were going to go out here. I
did too.
Royals of War were able to get just one piece of utility right there on that broken wall. They would have been able to take them out, but they just weren't able to connect, and Influence Rage took full advantage of it. 17-point game from them. Beautifully done.
Beautifully done indeed. They come in 5th place. Influence Rage, Cameron, you were kind of singing their praises about their consistency, but also in terms of compared to Alpha7 Team Liquid, right? Obviously some improvements needing to be made, but as far as an improvement, I would take this 1st place winner chicken dinner as that being the case. From 5th place to 3rd, I think it's still too far of a jump, but this is the start they needed.
Yeah, looking back, it kind of fits in the narrative that we pointed out at the start of the day, is that, yeah, sure, they have a win here, 7 elimination, 10 placement points, but just before this, they had the first elimination against them of the week,
right.
Only 2 points. So we need for them to really start being consistent at the top level of consistency. Because you can be consistently poor, you can be consistently at the bottom of the leaderboard. That's not what we expect from Influence Rage.
Not whatsoever. And also from Death Wolves, a team that is looking to stay above FURIA. They will do so in game number 2, Hot Jukes, finishing in 12th place with 8 eliminations. The big question for them is what if? What if they would have continued their run, starting so early with 8? I mean, they could have had a record-breaking game.
Yeah, they could have, you know, but the thing too is that they have the biggest targets on their backs above to everybody else because,
Sure, absolutely.
You know, everybody is hunting down that third place spot, and 8 eliminations, a great game overall, and they're going to continue that lead, right? They're going to continue that lead for now, but look at Influence Rage. They're on the hunt.
They're on the hunt. They overtake FURIA. That's the first time, Cameron, that FURIA has dropped down from anything other than 3rd and 4th place. You know, FURIA, the conversation last week, Cameron, was that FURIA was kind of slow. They were just trying to maintain their position. We haven't really seen too many crazy moments from FURIA or good games. And, well, it's starting to show as now Influence Rage will pass them up, and ultimately, obviously, Deathwolf sitting above them as well.
Yeah, and we saw the crazy send by them at the last second on that southeast sort of peninsula that Deathwolves ended up taking over at the end of all things. But it was a very scattered send. It was almost like they had no other option, and they probably had no other option leading to that point. So for FURIA, for them to stop this sort of slow death by 1,000 cuts, I'd like to see them make sense like that, aggressive moves like that, when the opportunity is better and it's not their like last option.
AGG, be bold. We discussed how they needed to come up today. They're still sitting in 9th and 10th place. Truthfully, they're just not. The first 2 games, you know, Erangel, Miramar, just not enough, right, to move them up to where they need to be. So much ground to cover. Hot Jukes, be bold. AGG, still a lot more work needed to be done, but I would be worried if I'm them because Team Queso, they're playing decently well today. Obviously, E7, they're a little bit further down, but they're even doing better right than that of Be Bold, and, you know, obviously the teams that need to move up, but still, that race for top 4, it's starting to heat up, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, like, until I see something from them, I'm not even going to talk about them. You know, like, besides the fact that they threw, I mean, Be Bold started, it's tough. So right now, I think we're going to come back in just a minute, and I think FURIA is going to be who I'm going to be talking about.
I like that. FURIA is a great talking point. They need to stop maintaining and start gaining. That's going to be the saying they need to live by. Hey, game number 2 is done. Miramar is gone. We'll be hopping into Erangel when we come back. However, we do have a special interview lined up for you. Sarpatch is on site to talk to Titan Gaming's Doran. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, guys, we're out with Doran with Team Titans. Doran, congratulations. It was an intense match for you. You were by yourself most of the match, and still you got a lot of kills.
Yes. I was by myself since the, I don't know, 17 minutes, something like that. And I did a good job. We did 10 points. It's a good beginning for the first day. Well, for the first match also, yeah.
So you're feeling good. You eliminated 3 teams. Team Liquid?
I don't know. I kill a lot. Yeah, Team Liquid, Be Bold, I think.
Yes.
Energy. And one more guy from the Deathwolves. Yeah.
All by yourself?
Yeah.
Carrying the team right here. Bro, best of luck. Let's continue. Let's go, Nate.
PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arch Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 11. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. 2 games down, about to hop into game number 3. We're running smoothly today. You love to see that. Erangel is where we go back to. And Hot Jukes, let's open it up hot with the discussion on FURIA, a team that has been maintaining instead of gaining. That's what they need to do because all the other teams are gaining on them.
Yeah, I'm really starting to get nervous for FURIA. I mean, honestly, I haven't seen, that dominant squad that I need to. And the reason why I say that is because they have something on their shoulders that a lot of other teams don't have. And that's the fact that they're in Group A. Okay? So tomorrow is going to be their double points day. And they're going to have to watch everybody else get theirs, right? So what is going to happen, right? I mean, they need to create their whole way of winning this is creating a lead so big that nobody can pass them. That's the only way they're going to get third place. Right. If they do not have a good double points day, we're not going to see them in third. That's my opinion, right? So the fact that we're seeing them let off the gas today, considering their double points day is tomorrow, makes me nervous for them.
And that's a solid point. Obviously FURIA, Group A, Cameron, another team that's also in Group A is iNCO Gaming. And although they haven't necessarily been standout today, they still are in the running to potentially make it into the top 4. So Group A tomorrow is not only FURIA's day, but also iNCO's day.
Yeah, I do want to kind of hit back onto FURIA, though, real quick, because I'm pretty sure we talked about this at the very beginning of this entire event, very top of the show. A lot of teams made big roster movements, more so than I think we've seen before, and we know that this space is rife of roster moves all the time. Yeah. And FURIA is basically a brand new roster of players from all different teams. I don't think a single one of them had played recently with each other. It wasn't like they took 2 players from one team and then threw 2 others in there. It was like 4 or 5 players that were up until recently up on different teams, right? So it's understandable that there would need to be an amount of time for them to get their chemistry in, to sort of like really get that sync up, that mental connection that you expect from the top level teams, which is why it's not surprising that we have Alpha7 and the Team Liquid, aka X Loops roster, essentially be at the top. But so far today, it's only been 2 rounds. It still hasn't shown me any promising signs of being over that line. And as Juke says, with tomorrow, not Thursday, Friday, Saturday, whatever. I mean, it's going to be Thursday, but not Friday, Saturday, or Sunday being the double points day, tomorrow being the double points day. Like, something needs to click. I want to see now, basically, or towards the end of today, to have hope that tomorrow they're going to come in hot.
Yeah, without question, because you can't bank on the fact that we had a bad Wednesday, but Thursday double points will be all right. It doesn't work that way. And it hasn't worked that day historically, right? So tomorrow is arguably the most important day for FURIA out of the entirety of these 3 weeks. I think that could be said for every double points day for multiple teams, whether it be Team Queso, who's in the running, obviously Royals of War, who are just standout at this point in time, just incredible influence, rage, iNCO Gaming, right? These teams on their double points, they have to be incredible. FURIA is one of the major conversations there. And, Hot Chicks, I loved what Cameron said during the commentary of game number 2 on Miramar, and that's Deathwolves have been really that Cinderella team, and they really have been. Coming out of the qualifiers, Deathwolves have been so consistently good and really made an impact, at least in my mind, all the way back to week number 1, where I was like, wow, Deathwolves is a serious threat. They are a serious team, and last game, 12th place, but 8 eliminations. Their ceiling is incredibly high, but what is it going to take for them to reach that ceiling?
Well, it's going to take a lot, right? I mean, it's not over yet for them. They are doing excellent here, and they have the most opportunity compared to everybody else that also has the biggest target on their back. And it's going to be the first time they're really having to deal with it. So it's going to be up to them to stiff arm the competition and just hold on, right? And it's going to be easier said than done for sure.
Well, boys, if we get a military zone, Deathwolves, I think, are going to be all right. That's where they typically land. Now, granted, they had to go all the way up north, game number 1, Erangel. Will they get blessed in game number 3, Erangel? We're going to find that out. Hot Shoots, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Here we go. Match number 3 for Wednesday. And I'm going to say this. out of all the teams that I would want to see come in third place, as so far from what I've seen, it's Death Wolves, right? Because I love to see teams here, you know, on the west side of the world compete against the best of the best. And out of all the teams, when it comes to just looking at their play style, their hunger, their ceiling, you know, as opposed to, of course, you know, Team Liquid and Alpha7, I think Death Wolves definitely has what it takes. But they also have everything going against them, Cameron, right? Because all eyes are on them. And, you know, if FURIA, if you're their coach, right, what would you want to see for them, right, in order to make it to third place? Like, what would be your ultimate strategy for them?
I mean, ultimate strategy is really taking the opportunities, having clean communication with each other so everyone knows what page that they're all on, and maximizing point gain on the double point stay that they have.
Tomorrow.
And to be fair, to Furia's credit, they actually have the most bonus points of any other team in week 2. They were able to maximize their double points game day more than anyone else. Granted, it seemed to be a little bit of a deficit for all the other days that they had, but if they can replicate their, what was it on week 2, on day 1, like a third, 2 firsts, and a second place, like that's pretty good. If they can do that again tomorrow, that'll be great. But for Death Wolves, on sort of the opposite side of things, not opposite on the leaderboard, but sort of opposite on the story, I think, is the big concern that I have for Death Wolves is because they've been on this Cinderella run, unlike all the other teams around them, whether it's FURIA, with even though it's a new team, it's veteran players, or veteran rosters like Alpha7 and Team Liquid, is that they don't have the experience of picking themselves up when they get put down, when it's an endurance run for them at this point. Do they know how to stop the fights from happening? Because you often hear in esports teams people talk about the idea of a honeymoon period. When it's a new roster, everyone's excited to make something of the moment. Things are looking good, but the second something bad happens, and you have to like figure out how to push through the problem areas, that's when things can go wrong. So I haven't seen signs of it happening yet, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking for Death Wolves, like, are they going to be able to maintain this level, or will they gas themselves out emotionally, like mentally, before this entire run is over?
Well, yeah, they're not going to be able to, considering that they're on the opposite end of where FURIA is, and that's in the groups, Cameron, right? Because FURIA is in Group A, so tomorrow will be their double points day. Death Wolves are in Group D, so they're going to have the last day of the tournament to know exactly how many points they need to secure that last spot, right? So different strategies are going to come out big time. So if you're FURIA, I think the only thing that you could do here is like, hey, you need to have a great Wednesday. Tomorrow needs to be a monstrous day, and then you need to like just put up a wall against all the teams below you, right? Do whatever you can to stop them from catching you. And Death Wolves, it's you need to stop FURIA tomorrow, and then on the last day of the tournament, you got to go crazy. So, I mean, there's a lot of theory crafting for sure. Yeah. But you're going to have to stop other teams. You can't just play your own game and just hope that luck is on your side, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, but the problem is that stopping an opposing team is not as easy as it sounds. Because on one hand, it's like, oh, well, it's their double points day, it's my single points day, so let's just hot drop them, and the risk reward is, like, you know, if we ruin their game, that's worse for them versus if we ruin ours. But when you think about it for like half a second longer, it's like, wait a second, if we just feed them 4 eliminations, that's 8 points, so wait a second. It's not like, it's not that straightforward.
I think avoiding, I mean, hot dropping is one strategy. I think I like what you said earlier on, and that's like camping rotations. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just do all you can to annoy them, right? Make them force themselves to go to another drop location, make them second guess them things. And any little kind of annoyance like that is just going to make it more difficult for them to have a successful double points day. So that's what I want to see during that time for sure.
Yeah. It's also once you see their name in the elimination feed and you're in a position to react to it, lean further in that direction. Don't just completely int. Don't just run down onto them one at a time and give them the opportunity to again get 8 free elimination points, but rather just sort of like have a slight preference towards ruining their game than another squad's.
Which would make sense, right? Because I mean, on double points day, if they were to go on and win that game, they can walk away with 50. You know what I'm saying? And that's better than them walking away with. You would rather want to stop them than them getting 50 and you getting 15. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, And it's crazy because you're right. When you talked about it earlier, this is a new strategy, you know, and it's taken a while, I think, for teams to kind of understand this meta. But they've had 2 weeks now, so there's no excuses at this point.
Right.
Like, you got to pull out every strategy in the books. You got to start putting the pen to the paper and start pulling them out here. As, you know, it looks like Alpha7 strategy is like, yeah, let's take out the team in second to last place.
Hey, Alpha7, they got taken out. 2 of their members taken out very early on Miramar by one of the teams at the bottom. So I don't blame them for starting to put a little bit more respect back into all the teams in the lobby, regardless of where they are on the leaderboard.
That's right. Reminds me of that Christopher Walken speech, right? So sometimes you gotta show the hyenas, you know, who the lion is, and that is Alpha7. Because I mean, these guys, like I said, I think that they're on the side of, yeah, like the battle between first and second. That's gonna happen when it happens. We have the last day of the tournament to get our double points, so I don't think they're too worried. I think they're more focusing on like, hey, let's fine-tune things for the Esports World Cup. And that's the advantage you get when you're so high in the leaderboards, right? You don't even got to worry about anything. They know they're going there already, right? And I think they would rather fix things and get second and do better in the Esports World Cup than get first here and do bad over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the thing is that there's a limit to how much you can fix in these regional lobbies because the class of teams are entirely different. And when you start to focus on maximizing your playstyle against these squads, you could kind of leave openings that better, like higher caliber teams, when there's 16 of them in the lobby, could take advantage of. So I think that the focus should definitely be on fixing problems in regards to communication and rotations, and of course just your ability to land shots. But I've seen it happen before where teams are like, oh, we're dominating these lobbies, that means we're going to be great. It's like, not so much, because you're going to get punished. Like, what works here sometimes that means is something that you're doing that can get punished there.
And one thing that is for sure is going to be playing an edge style, you know, because in that stage, all the teams are ridiculously difficult. So playing edge, you know, just kind of wiping teams that are a little bit weaker is going to be so much more difficult later on. So I think Alpha7 are doing this because, like, let's be real. If Alpha7 wanted, they could just head to center zones, chill, and then just take everybody out, you know?
Right.
But that plays obvious, right? There's nothing you're going to work on because there's no need for communication because they've been in that situation so many times. So playing edge now could put them in some harder spots to work on their comms. Yeah. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
But I don't want to see them do this in the World Cup. World Cup, I want to see them focusing on something different for sure.
Yeah, as long as they have that in mind. And I mean, Alpha7, honestly, more than any other team in the region, has had that top level experience of performing at the top level, being there on the world stage. So if there's a team that I could trust to know how to manage this phase of the competition for best results come World Cup, it would be them.
For sure, for sure. Well, we have a beautiful Western zone, and we might even have an Everest finish. So this is a very typical circle here. Teams know what to do. And let's see who's going to take advantage of it the best. Looks like FURIA are going to be holding down that Everest position first. So they're going to have at least a decent advantage when it comes to that. We'll see where the last zone goes to.
Yeah.
But we also have teams like, you know, Be Bold, going to have to push on in.
What worries me about FURIA, though, is that this is an impactful spot. It's a very powerful position, but that usually means that there's multiple teams that could eventually try and fight over it. And so we'll see how much FURIA can really hold off. And usually, oftentimes, you'll see it basically be split down the middle and, like, 2 victorious teams on the northeast and the southwest edge. See if FURIA want to overextend and try and hold the whole thing now, because there is going to be a push in the compound. Queso directly on top of 9Z.
Gotta hit those. Potro not able to get that knock, and they're gonna lose some players because of it. And here comes Choco. No, actually, he don't even need to come over here. That's it. Team Queso eliminated, and that's the 7th place team. Tough loss for them. Yep, Team Liquid really quick on the third party. And good for 9Z to finish that fight so fast. They'll have a little bit of time to get rezzed here, but they're definitely going to be on the back foot because Team Liquid's coming in hot.
Really hot. Molly's on the top floor as well, just to make sure. And I think, is that it? No, there's one left hiding in the opposite house. Team Liquid lost track of where every single member was, which makes sense because they came in so hot. But let's see what this DBS can do. 1 versus 4. It's not going to be an easy task.
That's what I love about Team Liquid, is that they send everybody because they know that their chance of getting 4th partied at in this spot is high, but it ain't gonna happen if you just wipe out the team in an instant, and that's exactly what they did. So nice heads-up play for Team Liquid to soak up some easy points.
It's a good position in the zone. It also gives them straightforward access into Everest if the circle does continue to play that way. So this, I think, was a very, very strong take for Liquid to do. They got eliminations, good positioning. What's not to love?
I mean, what more could you ask for, right? That's what you need to do, and they did it perfectly. 50 seconds on the clock here for Stage 2. This is only Stage 2, and we're losing teams already. Not surprised at all with an Everest position. Teams definitely want those dominant spots. But,
it's also
this next, what's up?
It's also a lot of field to manage around, and then the river on the north as well.
True, yeah. Imagine if we see a northern shift go all the way to the river. That'd be crazy.
Ooh. Get some cube action. Cube ends up being center.
NRG are chilling by cube right now, so you can see them splitting up, just kind of trying to figure out where they're gonna go with this next zone. So everyone's in vehicles. They might get into engagement with Bold here on the edge. That'd be interesting. Is David? Yeah, he is trying to figure out the best spot to go towards. He's gonna be pushing in through the zone. 5 seconds on the clock. Where are we gonna get another toxic shift? Let's see. Nope. Right on to Everest. So everybody expected the zone to go here. We're gonna see Team Liquid most likely even head towards Everest here, try to get a little bit more central, as the teams on top are gonna have to push on down. Alpha7 as well, looking to head a little bit towards crates.
So with Bold and NRG, I wonder the likelihood that they expected another team to be up here. Thankfully, the shift towards the north does continue to give them a little bit of space to play around. They don't have to rush over the river too long as it can. It means that they can take this fight a little more methodically if they wanted to. But no one's really getting an advantage here. I'm not seeing any knocks. I'm seeing 1 or 2 players out in the blue to try and have those extended angles. But the grenades aren't landing.
The nades aren't landing. They are kind of hard to throw here. They have to kind of nail them perfectly. Oh, and that's going to do it. Yeah, going to catch Reyes off. And Malaz getting David. NRG taking full advantage of Bold here. And Bold, man, just not having that bounce back that we were hoping to see from them. And NRG taking full advantage. And that is it. Bold eliminated.
Not a single knock against NRG. A really good fight for them to win. And now there's enough time for them to consider now there's enough time for them to consider trying to find some information and crossing the river early if the option is available for them. I'm looking at the map, and I don't see too many teams on the opposite side of the river. Most teams are still playing on the south of Everest, around the Gatka fields.
That's the spot right there. I mean, and that position's just so strong because regardless of where the zone goes, you have like a lot of different options to rotate through. So I'm not surprised we're going to see so many teams take that position. Zone could still shift off of Everest, that's for sure. Alpha7 are making their bet on the crates for now. The rest of the teams are just trying to find their way to sneak on in here. All Glory Gaming are going to take the spot right next to Everest. Oh, looks like they might be trying to get some sight lines towards NHyper. That compound where NHyper is at is my favorite position in the zone. It's so strong. Can they utilize it?
Yeah.
Can they utilize it? That's always the question.
Right. It's just, at this point, FURIA's position, they haven't been too oppressive from it, but it's going to have sightlines over a lot of fights, going to third party a lot of stuff. Now, granted, NHyper from this spot, they could push towards the east over to AGGV2 and just kind of play below the deflate and not let FURIA have those sightlines. But it's too early to go for a super hyper-aggressive maneuver on that just yet. And also, they're looking towards the west, towards Royals of War, but we're seeing more and more teams finally start to approach Everest.
Yeah, the reason why I like NHyper's position so much is because you can keep away from so many different squads.
Right.
And you leave yourself with like 3 different options to catch a third party, right? So if Royals of War fight Team Liquid, you could just push that way. If All Glory Gaming fight iNCO, you could push that way. And if there's a fight on Everest, you could always push on up. And that looks like one of those options is going to happen sooner than later because the zone does go up north. Alpha7 are going to be hanging on to their spot for now, but NHyper got to get moving, but you can't go too early. You want to catch a third party.
Especially because NTD7 are also arriving in from the blue, so I think it's a bit hotter than what NHyper were expecting. They were forced to back away because of that. Royals of War didn't go as aggressive on Liquid as it looked like they were at the start. And now NHyper, I think they've kind of blown their cover. I'm
surprised they pushed so fast. That was crazy because you got to wait. You just wait for the third party. That's why that position is so strong. Instead, they tried to, be the first team there, and then they get third party. So timing, being a little bit of an issue here on the side of Hyper. But oh, Carrillo getting caught by Influence Rage. This is a big fight.
And it's a very close quarters fight. Really just going to be about grenades and shotguns. We see a couple of DBSs in play. Longhorn aggressive, a little bit of a pre-fire out. Doesn't catch the cross back.
They need to win this fight quick because Alpha7 is going to get a full reset here, and they do get the reset. So now it's a 4v3 situation. Influence Rage probably telling Alpha7, hey, dude, it was just a prank. We can just still chill here. We're in zone. We don't have to fight this. No, but they're going to have to. I mean, this is going to be tough because Influence Rage currently in 4th place. They're right below Death Wolves. And then, Alpha7 hunting down that championship belt. Oh, that knock on the Milovan. Influence Rage. They need to start getting aggressive.
Oh! They called it. They knew they were hiding in the containers, because why wouldn't you? Now Diego's last one up, forced to run away, hide something out. And there are places to hide, but I imagine Alpha7 would want to chase.
Let's see. Yeah, and that's what I was saying by Influence Rage. I would have liked to see them just kind of make that. This is exactly what I said at the top of the show, right, Cameron? Is Influence Rage when the going is tough and the decision's hard, they don't have that commitment to just full risk their entire team.
Yeah.
It was a 3v3 situation. They had to just full commit push. Yeah, the play's not obvious. You don't have very good openings, but you got to make it. Otherwise, you're going to get taken out, and that's exactly what happened.
And now look at Energy coming in from the opposite side, ready to clean that space up and then be the next team potentially at bat against Alpha7. We still got a minute left before the phase closes. Good timing for Energy to cross that river because they're going to have to cross at some point.
It's tough. It's tough for me to see Influence Rage, hold off on making those decisions because, I mean, they could have had a chance to take out Alpha7 and had a dominant spot. Could have been a huge game for them. But instead, they're down to one player, regardless of their decision. So let's see right now. It's iNCO Gaming. They noticed that Influence Rage are almost taken out. Could be a big chance for them to possibly pass them up on the leaderboards.
And look at
FURIA.
FURIA.
Big game, though.
FURIA just waiting. They're biding their time. They're going to give some of these elimination points up. They're not going to try and push and get too greedy with them. But now here comes that Hyper.
Here we go. Coming in for the third party, but just a little bit late on the foot. And let's see if Stars is able to get a critical knock here. He's pushing up. Grenade in hand, thrown a little early. Oh, and then Abekta in big trouble. Oh, gets caught, actually. That's from FURIA. So now FURIA is kind of starting to press down the mountain and look for some easy eliminations down here.
And Hyper have to go for the revives all they can. Stars is applying a lot of pressure to make sure that they can commit to those revives. As iNCO does go out, FURIA getting activated from this spot. And you can see on the map, they're leaving Kioski on the west end to anchor their position. Could get overwhelmed there, but at the moment, doing their job.
Great job from Hyper. Did exactly what they were supposed to do, right? Just catch a third party on the way in, get some easy eliminations, loot, and then just start working your way up. But now they're going to have to start working their way up towards FURIA as the zone does crest even further towards Everest. Alpha7 are going to have to push out into the wide open as well. This is going to be a tough zone shift for a lot of teams. And Hyper, here they go. Going to be pushing in. Yeah, I was about to say, they can't be pushing into the open side of the mountain because that's going to leave them exposed to crates.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they realize it. FURIA should back away. Like, this is a point where you kind of want to just let the other team share this spot with you.
To a point. I like Kioski's position, throwing some grenades down on top of the vulnerable Royals of War. Already 5 eliminations for them. All 4 still left up. So they have some resources they can still throw at the problem. But yeah, definitely got to make sure they don't overextend their position.
Death Wolves get eliminated. That's a huge loss right there. We weren't able to catch it, but that's the third place team eliminated, and that's the team that everybody on the leaderboards is trying to catch. FURIA have 5. So we talked about the need, right, to see something from them. I mean, yeah, they did get a very, very beneficial zone. Let's see how they can finish it. Let's see what they're going to do here. They are keeping eyes on Hyper. They're just trying to fight off the push for now. I don't like the split, though, from FURIA. What do you think?
As long as Kioski plays safe. Granted, he's not. He's speaking up and over, trying to throw so many grenades, but thankfully Liquid, Rose of War, and even Titan are all engaged with each other more so than Kioski, and I think he is aware of that. In fact, he's now actually backing away to make sure that he doesn't get caught out too much, too aggressively, waiting for the Hyper push on the east side.
Yeah, I mean, right now, you just want to just share Everest. Just share Everest, let Hyper hold that side, you hold the middle, And then if the zone goes even more this way, continue to share it to the last second. But Hyper are looking to press this. This is scary because this leaves an opportunity for third parties from both sides. Baton moving out the way right on time. Yeah, he gets himself into a secure spot. So yeah, Hyper not looking to share at all. They're looking to press this fight earlier than later.
Well, they're not given that much space by FURIA. FURIA are screaming at them to just come and push, but a good move in the buggy to really scout out all those members of FURIA.
And then here goes Team Liquid looking to gatekeep Titan Gaming. That's exactly what they do. Chief catching a limb all the way from downtown. A limb back after his injury. The first day in a long time. And not the start that he was hoping for. But man, Team Liquid are still in the mix here. Where's Alpha7? Alpha7 are still in the blue zone, right on the edge. They're going to have to make a bold push on in. Mafioso catches Koi, though. That's a big start.
Certainly is. They make sure that they cleared out all of Influence Rage as well. They're probably just going to be searching on to SLR's position. So the knock against Koi is going to be really good for them.
Next zone. Oh, yeah. And now they're going to definitely need to start taking SLR's position here.
But NRG.
I mean, Meanwhile, Hyper pushing on a FURIA. And that is an initial knock here. DBS shots, and they catch him. So FURIA starting to dwindle down. They're down 2 players. What's going to happen? Caprice, never mind. They are gone just like that. And Hyper getting a huge fight taken care of at the right time.
Yeah, really good fight one for them. They did lose a player in the meantime. But because this fight on the South hasn't concluded, it's still all 3 teams intermixed with each other. No one's able to fill up the South on Everest, so Hyper could take even more position if they have the information. They might be coming in a little blind from the southwest side.
Looks like Hyper is going to just opt to try and hold off NRG on the other end. But meanwhile, we're still watching Titan Gaming, Worlds of War having a monster day-to-day. And they're looking to continue it. They still have 3 players alive and are not done yet. So let's see how they handle this, as they have a good gatekeep going against Titan Gaming and Team Liquid.
Nades not landing on the 2 remaining players of Titan. There are more ready to come. Those are looking better. They're looking closer. Red Ox, I can't believe he's still up, but Doran's gone down.
Chief on that off angle is going to be critical. And he saw Victex, but wasn't able to get the knock. That's SLR eliminated, so Alpha7 do take that position. Carrillo gets knocked, though, by NRG, but he should be able to get rezzed. Yeah, Alpha7, that's what I'm saying. Alpha7 have no problem full committing everybody. It's just McGrellin up, but they won the fight and might just get a full reset off here.
Have to use a lot of smokes in order to stay alive. They have a couple of rocks, but the high ground from Hyper is going to be a big threat, and that's if NRG doesn't continue to pose a problem.
Titan Gaming get eliminated, so Team Liquid are still there. And yeah, Alpha7 just in a terrible position. No choice of their own. But they're making it work. They're just doing the best they can to try and hang on. And that's what you got to do when you're stuck in a spot like that.
And they got the eliminations. Certainly a good round for them so far, even if they do end up going out now.
Let's see what's going to happen as Milaz is pushing up. Team Liquid are still alive. That's the problem for Alpha7. Oh, nice knock there. And that's NRG eliminated and a critical angle taken away. So now they have the open. And look who's got the most eliminations, Cameron. Of course, it's Revo.
Of course, it's Revo. Liquid aren't too far behind. Chief now swinging in. But instantly, Hyper are in the position to just cut them off, cut them down. And Cardozo's the last one up. Going to try and snake out a second place. I don't know if a first is possible with 2 members of Alpha7 and 3 up for Hyper.
By all intents and purposes, this should be an Hyper win. They have the high ground, they have the angles, but if the zone goes north, Alpha7 are going to now have a huge advantage. So anything could happen here. Let's see how they play this out. You can see McGrellin and Revo starting to spread out, trying to cover more ground because they know teams are most likely going to start heading their way here in the next few minutes.
Oh, I love Revo's forward position. The high ground for Hyper should net them the win here, but Revo just sort of trying to stay ahead of it, trying to be in a position that Hyper wouldn't expect, but I think with this zone, they're going to be backing away. They know that there's a member of Liquid left alive, and so I think they're hoping that Hyper focus on that final Liquid player first, and they could then come in third party.
Yeah, I think that right now they're just trying to take center position because they know that, you know what, they need to let Blue Zone work for them, right? Because they're a 2-man, but Papa Blue might as well make it a full squad if they play it right. So they know that Hyper are going to have to start heading towards their position. They're trying to get in some sneaky, cheeky spots where they can catch them off guard. Stars sees that coming. He's going to be going down this edge here, and this is in the next zone. So, yeah, he secured this location. Very, very good for Stars. And let's see if he can catch Revo off guard.
Oh, running out the open.
You better watch out. You could fall. You could fall down this mountain and get knocked, and you do not want that to happen here in Stage 7.
Trust.
One more shift left.
That's happened to me. I was set up for a chicken dinner in solos of my own, and I fell and I lost because of it. So I am well aware.
You got to put on. I know you're a climber, Cameron. You got to have your mountain climbing.
I know.
Man. You know better.
I know. I'm used to there being pads at the bottom. That's the problem.
Carlos put on his dancing shoes. Wasn't able to get it going here. So hey, top 2 left here. It's Alpha7 versus Hyper. Alpha7 do have the positional advantage. Hyper have the numbers. Where's this next shift going to go? One more shift left, and then this zone's going to nothing.
I think A7 know Hyper's position better than Hyper know A7's. So if they catch an early knock that doesn't get instantly responded to, that'll even the odds and make it a lot closer. But Baton now pushing down below. Revo should have heard that. Perhaps spotted by McGrellin. I think Revo's going to go for it, but instantly answered by Stars.
Caught. Yep. So Stars knows exactly where he's at. Revo's in trouble now because the nades are going to start coming. Yup, and Revo does get ticked off quite a bit. And that's that forward position that's critical. Hyper need to throw all the utility they can. You do not want to get in a 1v1 with Revo, that's for sure. And Baton, that does look good. Let's see if it hits. Oh, the hard part is the nade has to be placed perfectly and cooked perfectly to hit him. Revo is in a very, very odd spot right now, so the nade's not just going to roll on top of him.
Gotta cook it perfectly.
On.
That one's looking good, but I think it bounced.
See?
Oh, it just kept, just kind of like hit a shelf or something for a brief moment. But he's going more aggressive.
Oh, he's hurt. That did it right there. It's McGrellin down to 1 HP. It's looking all like an Hyper win here. But can McGrellin pull off a miracle?
A grenade could start it off. Stars and Baton close to each other. One looks good, but oh no, the DBS up close, not going to be enough.
Got him!
And Hyper with the chicken dinner. You can see them in the frame. They're happy about that.
USA! USA! Let's go! And Hyper get the chicken dinner. We've been waiting to see this for quite a long time. We saw one earlier on in the tournament. And man, this got to be just a nice little, sigh of relief. We love to see progress from these teams. And, I talked to Stars. He did say this was a big rebuild year for them. So it's a great sign from our partnership team, Taylor, right? To finally see just a chicken dinner here in the late game.
Feels great because it's their first win since day number 4. That is absolutely huge, and they did so in a big battle against Alpha7. Could you ask for more? And on top of that, 12 eliminations. I'm really proud of Hyper for doing that. After all, we did hype up NRG Galaxy a lot, right? And they're like, they're the number 1 NA team. No, we got to be the number 1 NA team. So the battle is heating up, at least when it comes to NA, but also for the usual suspects, Cameron. Alpha7, Team Liquid finishing 2nd and 3rd respectively with some big numbers, 10 and 9 eliminations for the both of them. Great game, right? They were kind of quiet in Game 1 and Game 2. Now it seems like they're starting to gain their footing again.
Yeah, they're coming in from the opposite sides of the zone. I wonder at some point, is this kind of a planned thing of let's get eliminations on the easier squads and then we'll face off against our arch nemesis in the end. Because, Liquid came in from the south, they fought over Everest, whereas A7 came in from the north, they fought through crates and containers. But Hyper, this whole run started with their victory over FURIA on the high ground there, and that wasn't an easy fight for them to win. FURIA seemed to be perfectly set up to defend that spot.
Yeah, Hodgix, walk me through that because this is a tough game, it seems. By stage 6, we were looking at, I believe, only 5 teams remaining. It was very, very fast. This battle for hill control lasted a while, but also consisted of only 5-6 teams really going at it.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that it's all about timing and how you're able to win those fights. Let's be real. If FURIA wins that fight against Hyper, they probably win that game, right?
Oh, wow.
But Hyper was just able to circumvent them. And that's why I said, right, even in that earlier zone, I love Hyper's position. I thought it was the strongest one because timing-wise, right? They're going to be able to catch third parties and take advantage of it, and they did exactly that, Taylor.
Did exactly that, man. Well done from Hyper, Alpha7, Team Liquid, both getting 16 and 14. Obviously, still in first and second place. They're not going to drop down. But Royals of War, another big victory from them, Cameron. I mean, 8 points. We'll take that to the bank after their second place, back-to-back, right from maps 1 and 2. Royals of War still having a standout day as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's really exciting because a team that had a really positive week 1 had a disappointing week 2 that, weirdly enough, started with the chicken dinner, but still ended that entire week in 12th place. This could be the bounce back that we're looking for, which I think it would have to be an even better bounce back than their week 1 was if they are going for a sort of like 11th hour climb for 4th place. But then at the same time, you're looking at the struggles of FURIA, looking at the struggles of Influence Rage, and everyone else above them. I think the window is still well and open.
I think so. Notable on the second page, though, Influence Rage was 0 points. Obviously, Be Bold, AGG sitting in 9th and 10th place, both sitting at 0 points. Be Bold, they finished off early. That was NRG Galaxy taking them down. Big win from NRG to start off the map number 3, but for Be Bold, I know they're not happy with that. FURIA will move up above Influence Rage. Granted, only 3 points separate the two. Right now, 4 through 6, it goes game by game, Hot Chooks, as far as who's going to be in 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, right? So, well done from them, FURIA. Let's see how high they can go.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I know they're kind of kicking themselves because I think they could have won that game easily, you know, and at the same time, you know, you got to just, you know, take your licks as you get them. You know, they got 3 more matches left to go, and they have plenty of opportunity. The big day is tomorrow, right? So they got to make sure that they're just on point for tomorrow.
Well, talking about tomorrow and talking about the next game, I think what could be potentially a good run is going to be on Sanhok. Be Bold, Influence Rage, two teams rather, that performed very well on Sunday on Sanhok. So for Be Bold to be in 10th place, Cameron, I'm hoping next game is the game they needed to at least get above AGG.
I mean, I'm sure they are hoping the same thing, but so far today I haven't seen any reason to expect that on my own end, which it'll be exciting when it happens. It'll be exciting when it happens, but I couldn't tell you how it would happen yet.
Well, we'll find out, and ultimately it's up to them, right, as the players themselves. They've got to dig themselves up from the grave and come out swinging. Can they do it? Well, we'll find out. We have reached our halfway point. 3 games done, about to hop into game number 4. It's going to be Sanhok. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Sanhok coming your way.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 11. The final week is here, and we're starting off with everybody on an even playing field. No double points, which is making for some interesting conversations, at least when it comes to the leaderboard. Not necessarily first and second with Alpha7 and Team Liquid, but more so from third on down to 10th place. So, really enjoying how today is going, and we've already had some incredible games with some big wins from unsuspecting teams, such as Hyper, who just took Erangel map number 3 with a decent amount of eliminations, I believe finishing over there with 12, and first win since day number 4. We'll bring in our talents, of course. I'm talking about Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, and we're about to hop into Sanhok, a map that is the odd man out, Hot Jukes, one that is, at least I feel, a time to really set the pace and obviously get the points that others aren't simply getting. There's only certain teams who have been doing well on Sanhok, and Alpha7, Team Liquid aren't necessarily those two teams. I view this as a map where Death Wolves or Influence Rage could really excel at and hopefully get the much needed points they needed to go up the leaderboards.
Well, let's see if it's going to be a map for FURIA, because the zone seems to always go to their island, which is kind of crazy. I wonder if we're going to see it for like the 9th time in this tournament so far. If it doesn't, right, it's a big opportunity for those teams you mentioned for sure. At the end of the day, Sanhok is just one of those games where you kind of have to throw your hands up, hope you get zone, and if you do, right, capitalize on it. That's the big thing, is that if you do get that legendary Sanhok zone, you want to end with like 15 elimination chicken dinner. And there's so many teams that need that right now. So I hope that if we do see one of those teams get it, they don't squander it. You know what I'm saying? They truly utilize it.
Without question, I love the shout from FURIA, because top 3 is a pretty consistent placing for FURIA when it comes to Sanhok, and I expect them to be top 3 by the end of map number 4. And I think they've been trying to wake up a little bit. Game number 3, how much did they wake up? Well, 8th place, 6 eliminations. That was, decent, I would say. And you could argue, Cameron, right? If they do win that fight against Hyper, they potentially win the game. So they were that close yet so far away.
Yeah, but you don't get like extra points for being close, right? But to your point, definitely a much better start on round number 3 than the first 2 rounds. And yeah, I actually look back, and not to double check your work, but to double check your work, on week 2 they got podium, aka top 4 and above, and I think for their instance it was top 3 or above every single Sanhok last week.
Yeah.
So for, again, FURIA set themselves up to have the most confidence and momentum, whatever that means, going into their double points tomorrow. Like, this is the perfect time for that to happen.
I think so, without a doubt, especially that they're dropping down a couple of places and Influence Rage is starting to move up. So before, they only had to worry about Death Wolves. Now they've got to worry about Influence Rage and obviously iNCO, who's going to have double points tomorrow. Regardless how they're performing today, tomorrow is still a potential scare. I mean, after all, remember, double points, the first double points we had, Hot Jukes, iNCO Gaming was one of our top scorers for week number 1, right? So they now go into week 3 tomorrow, double points, with a real chance to overtake those big placings in top 4. So if I'm FURIA, I'm getting paranoid.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to be paranoid, to be honest, because I mean, anybody could do this. Anybody could do this at this point. It's all about just how good is your double points day. And you're right, iNCO did have that great one at the start. I don't think it's going to be the same though here at the end, because now that teams have had 2 weeks, right, to really understand how this whole double points things work, they have a chance to now realize that, hey, we got to stop these squads. We have to stop them. And there's going to be so many teams that need to stop them. So I wonder if we're going to see that. I hope we do. If we don't, I'm just going to be like, you know what? None of these teams deserve to be there at the World Cup, honestly. Because you gotta adjust your strategies. You have to.
You have to, especially on the international stage, Cameron. I mean, adjustment is what makes some of the best players in the best teams, right? I mean, BRs is unique in the fact that not every fight you take is going to be similar or the same, right, of the fights you've taken previously. It's so unique. The third parties come at you out of nowhere. The zones, you never know where they're going to be, although you could probably get a good understanding and try and set up for your best. Adjustments is what BR is all about. You don't have that, Cameron. You don't become a champion.
Yeah. I will say, though, if there's one map that doesn't play to being able to set yourself up for, like, multiple lines, like, how do you play for the future in the zone, it's going to be Sanhok. This map, it is all about, like, we kind of jokingly, or at least I jokingly refer to it as, like, the TDM map, because you just run into fights, you try to get the eliminations. This is not a map that rewards sort of like the macro play as effectively as the other maps, which is why when we talked about it before, it's so well situated in where it currently is on the rotation, because teams that have struggled, this is a great way to sort of reset themselves and try and put themselves, like, forget about what happened before, set themselves up
and Hyper,
and
the
into
winners
the
of
final 2 rounds of the day.
So that's interesting. If it's a map, Hot Jukes, and I love that TDM take, by the way, Team Deathmatch take, Cameron. So if it's a map that's hard to set up, then how is FURIA so... I mean, you obviously mentioned that they get blessed by zone, and obviously they do, but how can they remain so consistent on a map that's not consistent?
They got blessed by zone.
That's it.
That is honestly, that is the answer. Because the thing is that FURIA makes the bet, right? They go to that mountainside on that north left side of the map, right? So if the circle goes there, they are going to get a top 3 finish.
Yeah.
That is literally their whole strategy. If it doesn't, they don't, right? They just try their best and try to get at points. The crazy part, though, is that zone has gone there so many times, you know?
Yeah.
And they're not able to get that that whole 20 elimination chicken dinner that we see so many other squads that do that on the international stage. And so it really makes me question, right? Like, hey, why aren't you doing even better when you've gotten that many circles?
Well, real quick question to you, though, because you're a wizard on Sunday. Let's say if you're a wizard today, where's zone going to go? Because you called it right on map number 4 Sunday. So where is it going to be?
Cave. Because I want to see it, baby. Come on. I want to see that cave finish. I've been begging for it, so I got to just put that out to the universe. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Hey, what about you, Cameron, real quick? Where do you think it's going to go? Cave, or do you think somewhere else?
You know what? Let's go Northwest Island again. Why stop?
Okay.
Why stop with a good thing happening?
All right, let's do Northwest Island. Let's go Cave. Hey, both are in contention. I'll keep note of that. We'll see where it does end up going. Hey, but we've got Sarpatch on site to talk to Hyper's Baton and hear what he has to say. Let's send it. Sarpatch, what did Baton have to say?
Match 3 is done, and here we are with Hyper, the winners of the match. Congratulations. How are you guys feeling?
Thank you. We're feeling good because we finally wake up a little and we will try to do our best.
You guys are doing great today. FS is doing really good today. That match was came to the wire between you and the other Brazilian teams. How do you think this will face you with this week, the last week?
I think this victory will help for us like mentality, and I think we will be better, more better.
You had changes from last week to this week, right? Cunha is out.
Yes.
And we're back to the roster of the first week. How do you feel about that?
I feel good because Capri is playing good. Yeah.
All right, yeah, they're playing good. Absolutely, there's nothing else to say because they won the match, so it's absolutely true. Let's take it back.
Thank you for that, Sarpatch. Hey, chat, the PMSL pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Well, here it is, map number 4 on Sanhok. We hyped up FURIA, we hyped up the zones. Let's see it both come true. Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Let's go. Sanhok, the first one of the last week. Let's see who's able to get this chicken dinner. Are we going to get that FURIA zone once again? That would be insane. FURIA would be like the luckiest team on Sanhok because it's crazy how often it has worked out for them. But the last time it happened, Cameron, right? FURIA were on their double points day, and Deathwolf sent it all the way to their spot and was able to take off a couple of their players. So if that does happen, I'll be interested to see Deathwolves do that same thing once again. Oh, what happened?
A bad
Did he
drop,
not hear him?
I guess?
See him?
Wait, where? Oh, this is towards the north around Cal, Tatmok area. Why are they? What are they even fighting over here? And why is Pedrino holding down, pulling the shoot?
He's gaming. He's gaming.
Not a lot of glory to be
All
gained
glory
from it,
gaming.
though.
Yep. Oh, well, you know what? We're not going to get that island finish. It is going to go to the right side. Cave's still in play, baby. Come on. I want to see it.
Okay.
I want to see it.
But now the big question is, how does FURIA react? How do they respond when they don't get a big bonus, a big benefit right off the drop like this?
They lose. They lose, Cameron.
Like 16th place? That's what you're saying?
That's what's happening. Well, 15th, because All Glory Gaming are going to get 16th.
Okay, okay, fair enough. Hey, you don't know. Pedrino could stake this one out. Not that far from the zone.
Run, Pedrino, run. Got a lot of loot so far. Looking real good. Let's see what Pedrino could do. Maybe, hopefully, there's some level 3 gear in that building. That would help him out big time. And Hyper, I want to see them on the run here real quickly. Baton actually gets caught out. A man of many words. He had a lot to say during the interview, Cameron. What do you think about that?
Listen. It's all about setting yourself up for the rest of the game. It's right. getting interviewed about like, oh yeah, you won. How do you feel? It's like I want to get back. Like I want to keep all this momentum. It can be hard to like try and sort of take apart your emotions and the feelings, as well as like logically kind of explain what happened and walk players through right after your game when you're also trying to set yourself up for the next one. So
makes sense. And meanwhile, Entity 7 and Hyper, this has been a battle that's happened all tournament long. And this is what I was kind of saying when it came to what if Hyper was going for top 3, because the first day, you know, Hyper hot dropped Entity 7 and just started smack talking them, you know. So you know, there's definitely some bad blood between these squads.
Yeah, and I think Hyper are happy that they're so far ahead on the overall leaderboard than E7, but E7 have had a good day so far. I was about to say week, and I'm like, oh, it's a bit early to call it that, but a good day so far, so maybe they could be on the climb back up. Who knows? That'll start to be real interesting towards the end of the week if that does happen.
Oh yeah, for sure. Tomorrow is Hyper's double points day.
Okay.
Uh-oh, Royals of War in trouble here.
Oh! Big Deck said it! I thought he was going to try and go for the run over knock. Catches the lone player of Fluence Rage running out in the open. Here's the footsteps, shotgun at the ready. A nice little check on the door.
Gotta get that pre-fire. Here comes Victex with that nade. Oh, he gets mollied though. That's gonna make him. Oh, and it's getting mollied from everywhere. There's fire all over the place. Federal gonna get a molly again. That should be a knock. Yep, and he gets the confirm onto Victex. The floor is lava in that building.
Yeah, they just said all the mollies in there. A little slow on the reaction by Victex, almost like he didn't expect more mollies to come in, but now just gets finished out. Erangel has to answer with this grenade. It's cooked.
Erangel had a crazy game number 1, so you know he's ready to lose. As Influence Rage are able to take out Royals of War. So, man, Royals of War, that's going to be the first game, right, of today that they actually go out early.
Oh, now there's more fighting happening. Everyone's going aggressive right off the bat.
SLR. Oh, Hoshwan gets the knock. Gonna go for the 3-piece. Oh, the jump shot is good from B-Bold. Oh. Where's the rest of the team? White Ellie gets knocked. And Dragon and Koi are too far away, but they're going to full send it. Yeah, you got to full commit this. They're hurt bad. Send it.
It's 2 versus 2. Don't allow them to get too many revives. One is happening on the south end of it, but the drop down, the DPS doesn't work. Shot? And Dragon K is still so far behind.
Dun, 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 dun. Dragon K actually threw utility. You have no seconds, Dragon. You have to just push. You gotta just hit the shots. He gets one. Hit the thirst. Never mind. Goodbye, SLR. And a big squad wipe there for B-Bold.
Losing so many teams so quickly. And it's not even a part of Sanhok where phase 1 isn't even at a part of Sanhok that is forcing these fights. I think teams are just trying to go for opportunities and try and spin themselves, like really get that momentum working. But we've lost almost 3 teams. If you recall, there was only 1 member of AGGV2 alive.
Yeah, and that's crazy. At the same time, it kind of makes sense considering that, you know, this shift, all those teams on that island, right, having to move on through here, you're bound to see a couple fights. And Pedrino, he found a boat, baby! The boatate all the way to the east side of the map. And you know what the crazy thing is, Cameron? We've seen water plays get 2nd place like 4 times so far in Sanhok. So I wonder if that rotation right there is guaranteed 2nd place. Oh, Stars.
Oh.
Did he get caught out by Franco? Did he see him? Nope. When are you going to take these shots, Stars? Patience. It's a virtue. Oh, and Caprice opens it up. Now Stars has to take these shots. Yep, here they go.
Oh!
Gets the headshot. Entity 7 getting camped out. You're going to leave him?
Runs out of ammo, but yeah, I guess the threat of the blue is too much, but it's only phase 1. It's not going to do that much damage. Oh, no, they're sending it in. They're sending it in.
Okay, there we go. I was like, question mark? Because how do you leave this fight if you're in Hyper? You got a chicken dinner. You want to be able to be at least the best team in North America, right? You are the partnership squad. Rest of the 97 are going to go on the run now as they get bullied by Hyper once again. Okay, another shift on over. So Lakawi all the way on the east side here. And teams know that this harsh shift is wide open. So even Rampong is still available here.
I have eyes on NRG to have a good round here because they're on the edge. They could gatekeep from that quarry position, but it's more so because they'll be playing it from the high ground. If they can defend their spot in phase 2 and then in phase 3, 4, and beyond, they can then play from that towards the center. Because even though Alpha7 have a nice compound, it is on the low ground. So we'll see what those angles will look like for them, how well they can abuse their hard cover versus getting abused by the high ground spot of NRG or whoever else takes that position.
Let's see if NRG is able to hold it down, though, because, you know, the thing that they've been struggling with is communication, and you can see it in their play style. You know, they just play this separate. It's almost like every single one is playing as a solo. And when they're able to work together, I mean, they could definitely hang with the best of them. I definitely know that. It's just, it's been taking a long time to get that synergy together. Hopefully, we can start seeing it right here at the first day of the last week. That would be a good sign from them. And look at Alpha7, fully spread out, just holding this compound.
Good for Alpha7 to not try and hold this entire spread of buildings as one squad. This does give Influence Rage the ability to swing in, though. I think Alpha7 are looking to punish. Taking that vehicle out of commission at the very least. Almost got a knock on the Federal.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's the problem with these splits like this. If an entire team just pushed off on one of the compounds, it's going to be a 4v1. And that's going to be a little bit tough here. Death Wolves, though, starting to get into it with Team Queso. So the Death Wolves looking to get some early eliminations like they have been so far today. And Guizao's already got 2. Uh-oh. But it does look like, Higo gets thirsted. So they lose a player in the process.
Yeah, only getting 1 eliminations off of losing a player. It is a good defense of their position. I'll give them that. But it's perhaps not as clean as they would have wanted. And there are going to be a couple of other teams coming in from that same trajectory.
Oh, boy. Let's see right now is
who was this that B-Bold took care of?
Oh, yeah, you're right. B-Bold in the blue zone. 5 eliminations. So good start for them. This could be that bounce back game that they were hoping for. And again, if B-Bold wanted to make that miracle run, they have a, 110 point difference? Oh, actually it's more than that, yeah. So B-Bold need to have a crazy just rest of the week. And they didn't start off the way they wanted. Influence Rage, though, they're right on there. They're right there. 4 eliminations so far. Full reset. Good start for them here in this game.
Yeah, but they're letting themselves get knocked by Alpha7. And because they are on the north set, it does mean that they're vulnerable to the high ground of Death Wolves that are still holding on. So this war of attrition, we'll see how many resources Influence Rage will be able to hang on to. But speaking of Death Wolves, I'm knocking against them this time from FURIA. Oh no, Revo spots it! He's gonna steal it!
Ah, Revo, always so quick to get some of those eliminations. He's already got 2. And you know Revo wants that final MVP for sure. Where's the zone gonna go? Dead center. Yeah, dead center on land. So Pedrino's gonna have to swim his way on into the decks there. And all these teams in the south are going to have to start pushing up. So that's Hyper, B-Bold, 9Z. And meanwhile, NRG and Alpha7 still holding their position. Where even is Team Liquid? Oh, Team Liquid are just south of them. So all these teams in a great position here. Meanwhile, Hyper going to have to battle it out against B-Bold. And B-Bold need to win this fight and the whole game at this point.
B-Bold, they love leaving a player out in the blue for that crossfire angle. It's still early enough in the game that that damage won't be too much, and I like the high ground spot. It really does make sure that Hyper cannot leave these buildings. But Baton with a nice knock on to at least the starting member.
FS try to get that knock. Nope, he's going to pop out the building now. Runs out behind that vehicle, so he does have a little bit of coverage here. Oh, David gets caught by Caprice. That's a great play from him, and you could just tell by the Baton interview, you know, he said, hey, Caprice is playing well, and that is a great sign there. Let's see what happens, though, as Reyes is now on the rotation. Oh, gets pieced up in the process. Oh, Lorenzen getting finished. Things are just not working out for B-Bold here.
No, not at all. They had a setup. They came into this so aggressively, so confidently, but Hyper doing a good job of breaking themselves out of the vulnerable position. Grenade out, Ray's dodging it, or at least dodging most of it. Trying to play around the vehicle and this wall. DBS going aggressive, but the cross gets spotted. All down to Runzen.
Let's see what happens. Oh, look at the frustration. You can see it there on the player's face in the cam. He's just like, oh, how do we lose this fight? We were starting off so well. And that's, I think, Be Bold in a nutshell. You know, it's like they try to get things going, and when it starts, they get stiff arm in the middle of the process, and then it's just every other game, it just doesn't go their way. So, very unfortunate. You know, hopefully they can dial things in on their double points day.
I only just now noticed that we've lost Royals of War.
Oh, that's right. Royals of War did. Oh, no. Yeah, we did. No, remember they had a great start, and then they got taken out early. I think it was by Be Bold, as a matter of fact. So
I thought it was SLR that got taken out by Be Bold. Regardless,
no, that's right. That's right.
Regardless, the team that we were hyping up to like have a really good start of the day, of the week, an early exit for them here. It's only one round. As long as they don't make it a pattern here today, then that storyline still continues, but that's only going to allow Queso, iNCO, etc. to extend their own lead further.
Yes, indeed. All right, yeah, and Royals of War got eliminated right next to boot camp. Yeah, right outside by those buildings there. Very unfortunate for them. And let's see what happens as the game is starting to close here. And it was actually, it was Influence Rage. That's right, Influence Rage that took out Be Bold right outside of boot camp. Baton on the push up towards 9Z. Oh, the jump shot is good. And what a push up from Hyper to be able to get that easy elimination. And actually not so easy, but it looked easy just like that. And now 9Z are completely split up. Should be another simple push for Hyper.
They already have 7 eliminations. The second closest is, of course, Be Bold at 5. And then, of course, Influence Rage with 4. But Hyper, they're coming in from the edge. They're sweeping in. They're taking a lot of these fights. And they're not exactly the ones that are starting all of them. But they're making sure that they can finish them. And that's the important part.
Gotta be able to get those finishes. Yeah, and Hyper, everybody in the vehicle. Let's go, right? They got a good couple players. Gonna be sending it on in. Looking to just possibly hold this edge. But instead, I like that. They don't blind send, right? They just crest to the hill, and they're going to get some sight lines. Maybe even catch 9Z off guard. But they gotta watch out, because Team Liquid's here. Oh, NRG is actually getting very close. This could get really, really spicy. As, Mythic and Chief, after seeing that vehicle, they're like, yeah, we got to get out of here. This is getting too intense. So they're going to go ahead and get with their squad. No more standing out in the open, because a push could be coming any second now.
Yeah, and it's reasonable to expect that they've been able to track the Hyper movement at least a little bit based off of reading the elimination feed and hearing the shots themselves to know that there's another team alongside NRG, alongside 9Z. So good for Liquid to fall back into the compound and hold out and not get overcome by being approached by like multiple different angles at once. But now Entity 7, they're trying to collapse in onto Influence Rage's position. They had no other spot for them to go to, so it's just a crash onto the building. And they're at least 2 members up for now.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, Entity 7. Yeah, just 2 members up, but they're just trying to do whatever they can. At this point, I'm looking inside the zone. I'm looking at Influence Rage. Influence Rage with 4 eliminations in a good position, right? How are they able to hold it down? And they're going to catch Franco. So they're going to get that finish. Now it's up to them to finish out Hate as well to dominate this central position. Federal throwing that smoke. Oh, gets caught and thirsted. So Influence Rage losing people pretty needlessly here. It's gonna hurt them in the long run. And wow, 9Z gonna get the elimination onto Hyper.
I think that was all NRG picking it up, because there were 0 eliminations for 9Z. Simple is now fighting for his life. Smoke's coming out from Choco, last teammate, to try and defend from NRG, but NRG are taking over from this high ground. It's what I said, coming in from the quarry position. Liquid have yet to get involved yet. They're trying to wait to see how weak these teams can get.
Yeah, let's see what ends up happening here. As it was actually Team Liquid Mythic that gets the knock onto Spec. And meanwhile, you have Fate here. Yeah, just trying to figure out how he's going to handle this fight. They need to be able to just push on Team Liquid at this point. They got to commit. And this is kind of like the name of the game, especially in Sanhok. You can't just play edge, edge, and edge. At a certain point, you got to commit to a big fight. And if they're able to take out Team Liquid here, they'll be in a good position.
Oh, Fate dropped very low. Has to use a first aid kit. They've backed away, given a lot of space, but Liquid are going to push out, even though it does push out of the zone. But it's about clearing out their corner, clearing out energy before they can focus in onto Influence Rage's superior position in the center.
NRG just needs to commit at this point. They got to commit to this fight. All Glory Gaming go down, 0 eliminations. Another bad game for them. Meanwhile, 3rd through 7th is still active. Team Queso only have 1 member, though, so he's just trying to hold on for dear life. iNCO, no eliminations yet as well. Decent position in the zone. So, anybody's game. You got FURIA right there on the opposite side. But as far as teams that are getting active that really need to, Influence Rage, right? They have the most solid spot in this circle. 6 eliminations. Unfortunately, only 3 players, though.
There are still 10 teams alive. Liquid get to their vehicles, and they're pushing in just in front of the remaining duo of 9Z. But where do they go? Where can they go? It's one big, giant open hillside. A couple of rocks and trees here and there. Not a lot of bush coverage. As we see AGG V2 somehow just hold on.
Let's see what happens as the next zone is about to pop. Where's it going to go? You can start seeing the hesitancy from these teams. NRG are now pushing better late than never, I guess, but then they get taken out. And this is what I was saying is that NRG, they got to commit. You know, this indecision and this inability to just full send it when they need to forces them to lose players like crazy. Now it's just J7. Uh-oh. He's going to catch Rattleboy here, for sure. The patience. He's going to use that nade because he doesn't want to give away his position. Are they going to see that nade flying, though? Looks good. Oh! Ooh, not able to get it, though.
Pushes Rattleboy out into the blue, at least for a brief second. Drop down to 30 HP, it looks like. But they know more or less where J7 is crawling from. Good to adjust and get behind a different tree, or at least I thought? No, Jet don't seem to have any idea at all.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, because he threw a nade, so they have no idea where that came from. I guess they're assuming that it came from the inside of the zone. So now J7 needs to figure out a way to get a knock and thirst. At least one more elimination for his team. He sees another boy now. He's waiting. No, he's taking the shots. He is taking the shots, getting shot back here, and gonna get eliminated. So not able to catch up, and you can see the head scratch. A little frustrated there. Thought he was at least gonna be able to secure a point for his squad. But now we start focusing inside the zone. Alpha7 in the mix here. Titan Gaming as well have a decent position in the zone. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, but Alpha7 kind of out in the open. Look at Titan with 6 eliminations. Good for them. Haven't seen too much how they're able to get it. I assume fighting it from the north side. iNCO, however, on the opposite end of things, only 1 elimination. They've lost a player, so still 3 up. But faces off against the last member of FURIA running out in the open. And there is, of course, still Liquid. So there was a lot of combat, a lot of fighting on this hill. No one wants to engage the center compound because of how big of a threat it is. And Ayala, 1 versus 2.
On the push.
Doesn't deny. Does deny the revive, but goes down immediately after to Alpha7.
And Deathwolves, 7 eliminations. Another good game from them. Meanwhile, Alpha7, all 4 up, playing from the edge, outside of the zone. Very, very difficult position to navigate through. But this is what they live for at the end of the day. It's going to be hard, though. They got the smokes out. You can see them trying to press into the open. Titan Gaming and Influence Rage need to all be focused on this position. And yep, as soon as he makes the drive, he's getting shot up like crazy. Carrillo able to survive for a few moments longer. Oh, and is able to snake his way to safety.
Yeah, but Revo's gone down to Law, and now it's just the rest of Alpha7 getting eliminated. It was the only move for Alpha7 once the circle left their compound, and can perhaps try and play for the 1 versus 1 against 7. But without the blue coming in, doesn't look like it's going to happen.
He found a tree. Oh, but gets caught by Law. So that's Alpha7 done. Shows that even the best aren't able to handle the Sanhok blue zones. Meanwhile, Influence Rage gonna have to go against Titan. Get him. So Doran get knocked and finished. What's the rest of Titan Gaming gonna do? This is a big game for Influence Rage, but also iNCO. iNCO are still in the mix here as well.
They are, and they have the circle. They're going to be looking at the rest of these players, basically fighting through each other. Influence Rage have already lost 2. Titan need to push through them. Good grenade. The perfect timing on that.
Beautiful timing. Beautiful timing indeed. And Law trying to get this first aid off, though. He's going to get naded in the next few seconds. Red Ox, bounces off the back, catches Diego. And now here comes Papa Blue. Law's going to be forced to run out in the open. He knows it. Opts for the first aid, but he's going to go out the blue anyway. So Olim got the MG3, not able to get the knock. It's going to be an iNCO Gaming win without a shadow of a doubt, and they are able to get the secure. And you can see that little fist pump right there. And that's one that they definitely needed.
Yeah, they came in very slow, not late to the zone, but very under the radar. They don't have too many eliminations, I don't think, but they secured the chicken dinner. Though, Influence Rage, a huge number of eliminations, and I think that final play of sticking in the corner and sticking that first aid kit did allow them to get second place over Titan Gaming. So very chaotic endgame, very chaotic mid-game. Once the fighting started, it really didn't stop, and that just shows, I think it's mostly to do with the terrain of that kind of like ridge to the west of those compounds. No one wanted to fight the compounds because it's virtually impossible to do so. Look what happened to Alpha7. But they just ended up all fighting each other, chaining 7 different teams.
And also, not to mention as well, right, whenever you had that one player swimming in the water, he's praying that zone goes to him. It doesn't. It ends up going more mainland. And there was just team after team after team just right there dead center of that zone. And I knew from that point it was going to get bloody. And it absolutely did. Shout out to iNCO Gaming. That's their first win in quite some time. A team, Hodgehooks, that we've been mentioning could potentially have a big day tomorrow given their double points. A team that's also in contention of breaking into the top 4. So although they haven't had a stellar day off the first 3 maps, at least Sanhok is a little bit of an eye-opening experience for them, something that hopefully gives them confidence moving forward.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Sanhok is just one of those maps, especially a zone like that. It's so difficult to navigate through. You saw Alpha7, how good they are playing from the edge, but in a position like that, no matter how good you are, there's just nothing you could do, right? They tried their best, but got taken out anyway. So it was good for iNCO, right, to be able to take full advantage of that. Unfortunately, they didn't end up with too many eliminations. I think they only had 4 on that one, but at the same time, right, it definitely helps boost your morale. One thing to note though, Influence Rage, 10 eliminations, that's big.
It's huge. Would have been a huge double point day for them if it was a double points, right? Getting second place is big. And Cameron, not to mention, right? Miramar, they get first place with 7 eliminations. So Influence Rage, a team that you brought into the conversation, given their stats, right, in comparison to Alpha7 and Team Liquid, I think today's been a lot more consistent than any other day.
Yeah, they're more. They've been able to chain in better rounds. They don't have the roller coaster of good points, then awful points. Good points and awful points. Now, saying that, I might have just jinxed them, and we'll see what happens with Miramar and Erangel. But for a team that, we're talking mostly about Deathwolves and FURIA Gaming, about that 4th and 3rd spot, which we should have been talking about Influence Rage this entire time. We definitely expected to coming into this whole event. If they're able to put themselves back into the conversation beyond just being a dark horse for that spot, it's going to make it a much more exciting week.
Yeah, I think Influence Rage is genuinely having the best day possible, right? They're doing exactly what we talked about it in the top of the show. We've been talking about consistently throughout the broadcast. For them to come up from where they started the day, which I believe was in 8th place. They started in 5th place. They can now solidify a great lead that could potentially put them at least in top 4, especially given their double points day. Like, I'm so excited. And also for Titan Gaming too, a team that is stepping it up quite a bit today. They've had some great moments to shine. Redox has been on fire today when it comes to Titan Gaming. In fact, actually, to give them even more credit, 8 eliminations on that Sanhok.
Whew, I mean, that is what we want to see. Improvements, right, from North America. And it's good to see Titan Gaming show up. I mean, I know you got to be proud of Redox, Taylor. I mean, that's what we've been waiting to see. At least I know that's what you've been waiting to see.
Without a doubt. Redox, he's got a lot of love for me. I got a lot of love for him. Come on. Redox, continue to pull up and go big, baby, and use whatever motivation you've got to use to become that top-level player. But hey, 8 eliminations, I can't argue with success. Titan Gaming got to 3rd place on Sanhok because of Redox. Of course, the whole team putting in work, but the damage, the elimination, it shows. Alpha7 will move up. Of course, they've got a massive gap between them and Team Liquid by 2 points. So we'll see if Team Liquid can catch up. Huge, Cameron. I don't know if they'll be able to catch up after that, but Influence Rage, developing news, will jump up to 4th place. So their hard work from map 1 now to map 4 is paying off.
Yeah, it's definitely because the Influence Rage are doing well, but it's also because FURIA are just not able to keep up. Again, just that slip that we've been talking about from the very beginning just doesn't seem to really be stopping, and there's still a 10-point gap between FURIA and iNCO Gaming.
Sure.
And if iNCO have another win today, they're going to fall down to a second spot. So FURIA really need that big wake-up call. They really need that splash in the face.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Royals of War, although they started off hot and heavy on map 1 and 2, they'll stay in 8th place still. A bit of a gap that they've got to clear if they want to try and move up the top 4, but whether it be Team Queso or up, man, it is tight when it comes to the standings. All Glory Gaming still sitting at 395. I know that's tough for them. I don't believe they get any points off of that Sanhok, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely got to step it up. I think that's 2 back-to-back games with 0 points. And Be Bold as well. Again, not a good day from them. 2 teams that need to break into top 8 and have to get to work now. But they're running out of time, at least when it comes to day number 11, because that's 4 maps completed, which means we have 2 more to go, and we're going back into Miramar. Hot Jukes, I'm hoping for AGG Be Bold, they show some signs of life.
I hope so too. Don't think it's gonna happen, and the reason why I don't think it's because it just hasn't happened yet. You know, we just see too many simple mistakes from this team. I mean, come on. I think Be Bold. I think their nail in the coffin was just game 1, right? Just watching that self-nade and it all fall apart. It's so hard to come back from that. Let's be real, right? So
it is.
Unless at this point they have the most monstrous double points day, right?
Yep.
Then I think they're in the conversation. But as of right now, I just don't think they are.
Well, Cameron, I will say this, though, and this is developing. This is pretty interesting. Number 1 through 6 currently is all Brazil. Then you got 7 through 10, Latin America. And then 11 through 14, all NA. And then Latin American, the round us out 15, 16. Who is going to be the one to disrupt the perfect run from Brazil?
Royals of War, maybe? That's about it, though. Like, we knew coming into this that Brazil was the better region of the 3.
Right.
There have been in the past that I will call myself out. I've had levels of copium. I'm like, no, listen, guys, like, and Hyper, they're the real deal. And they just get slapped down. They were good in, like, the one of the regional tournaments, too. But regardless, like,
Sure.
Brazil, they're always the top dogs. They've always been the top dogs. So I'm not surprised to see it, like, maintain here.
As big of a fan as I am of North America, I am happy Brazil at least leads the charge with Team Liquid because they were the previous Loops, and Loops I was a massive fan of throughout the Titan series. So happy to see them doing as well as they are. But will Brazil get their 1 through 6 broken? Well, we're going to have to find out with 2 more maps to go. Maybe there's a chance. But as far as NRG goes, NRG's had a decent day, at least with some big points. They're trying to stay up as the number 1 NA team. We'll see if they continue to do so. Sarpatch is on side with NRG's Fate. Let's hear what Fate had to say.
Hey guys, here we are, week 3 about to start, and we're here with Fate from NRG. Fate, tell me about your weekend, the 2 free days that you had.
We went to an Italian place around the afternoon, and then we went to the mall. We wanted to get some. I personally wanted to get some souvenirs for my family. You know, bring something back from Brazil.
What'd you get?
And, I got a candle for my mom. She likes candles. Got some shirts for my older brother, and I got some stuff for my baby nephews and my younger brother. You know, something they'll enjoy, hopefully.
What, like a shirt or some toys?
Yeah, some toys.
Good.
Yeah.
Did you eat something special?
Yeah, an Italian place. We tried an Italian place. It was okay. I'd rate it like 6 out of 10. And
okay.
Yeah, we were gonna go to Korean barbecue later, but the teammates got tired, so we ended up not going. But it's fine. In next split, we can go. If we go back to Brazil.
I want to go to a Korean barbecue. I've never eaten. Have you eaten before?
No, I haven't. That's why I actually wanted to go. Like, really wanted to go. They've tried it before, so I was kind of jealous. But it's fine. Next time.
Last weekend, when are you leaving back to the U.S.?
I think it's Monday. So we have around 7 days. Yeah.
7 days and back home.
Yeah, it's pretty fast, honestly. Like, tournament's over, boom, we leave. Yeah.
But you got to enjoy your weekend, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
I want to enjoy my weekend too. Let's go.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman's Set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman Set, Dark Arts Gentleman Glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman's Set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
The PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman Set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season Day number 11. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, and joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, and we're about to head into map number 5, where we return to Miramar to see what all the fuss is about, right? Who is going to finish off strongly? Alpha7 Team Liquid are starting to wake up a bit, but so are iNCO Gaming. Influence Rage has been on fire, but the big question is who will finish in the top 4, because that's where the current race is at. Cameron, we just heard from Fate from NRG. Italian food in Brazil. I don't know. What do you think about it?
I mean, they've been there for a couple of weeks. I assume that they've had Brazilian food up to that point, and it's nice to have something in the mix and to sort of switch things up, which is the pass that I'm going to give Royals of War, having a poor game, because, you know, you can't... No, it's true. You actually can have good games 6 in a row. So I'm trying to give them a little bit of rope here. But I do want Royals of War to have a good game coming into Miramar and Erangel again, in order to keep that story alive. Because even if we want to play into the regional narrative, we want one team to break through the big wall, the iron wall that is Brazil. But also, just imagine a last week 3 return, just rocket ship up the leaderboard of Royals of War into even 4th place, but especially 3rd place. Well, no, because I want Death Wolves to stay in 3rd, because that story is also fun. But yeah, 4th. We'll give them 4th. We'll give them 4th.
Cameron, a bit Death Wolves fan. Okay, you and Mustache Dave, kind of similar there, man. Look, Death Wolves a great team. I can't blame you, Cameron, for being a little bit biased towards them. Who I want to see them actually get top 3, because I want to see what they can do on the international stage. Talk about the come up to go from qualifiers, then top 3, right, in America's spring season, and then on the biggest global stage, at least playing group play. Come on. That is a big storyline to follow, and one that could be very special. But Hotchukes, bringing back the conversation, Royals of War, may not be consistent throughout all 6 games, but they were very consistent off the first 2 games of Erangel as well as Miramar, where they picked up 2 second place placings back to back. They returned to Miramar, hoping to return to history and get second place once again, which is a very big possibility. 9 eliminations, Hot Jukes. That was a big game 2 for them.
I'll tell you this, right? Because I was so speechless by your question, right?
Of course.
But now I'm going to answer it, okay? And the answer that I have for you is that, Royals of War, they're doing great to start things off. At the end of the day, though, this really does depend on them having a great double points day. That's like, there's so much that still needs to happen, I think, for Royals of War to have a chance here, even at 4th place at this point, right? But they're doing it, right? They're doing it compared to everybody else. They've had a great first 3 matches. Sanhok is Sanhok. It is what it is, right? But you got 2 more matches left to go. And my question to you, Taylor, right, before we go into this game is, when are you going home after this, huh?
I tell you what, I already got a head start. I'm already home, okay? So,
What?
Whoa! Swear on my life. I'm already home. I swear to you, I'm going home right after this. So once the broadcast ends, straight to the bed. Hey, by the way, leaving off as we go into map number 4, Miramar, does SLR challenge Alpha7 early like they did before and take them down? There's a grudge there. Alpha7 wants SLR dead. They're out for blood. We'll see if they get them. Let's head in to map number 5. Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Here we go, match number 5. Are we going to see that hot drop? Alpha7 can do whatever they want with this lobby at this point,
Honestly,
right?
yeah.
So that's going to be fun to watch to see how they handled it. Alpha7 currently with 669 points on the lobby. Nice. Doing a great job. Team Liquid right below them, 2 points behind. No one else is even close. So, yeah, this is going to be a fun battle to watch as the week goes on. And Cameron, especially on that final day, right? Because Alpha7 are going to have their double points then and there. And I want to see Team Liquid pull out all the stop against them.
Yeah, we were saying that Alpha7 and Liquid were locked into 1st and 2nd place, which is mathematically not true. And I was in the back of my mind, I was like, oh, what if we say that and then they have a poor week and Death Wolves and Influence Rage both have really good weeks. But never mind, they're good. They're fine. They're fine. Yeah, they might not be dominating in the same way, though. I think actually, if we look at the numbers, they might actually still be doing as good. But there's no sign of them stopping. It's certainly not stopping enough for them to be overtaken. So it really will just be a fight between those two till the bitter end. And we got our first fatality.
Oh, and it's Entity 7. But hey, no big deal. That happens, right? Rest of these players are going to get on the move. Alpha7 obviously heading towards El Pozo. Something we've seen plenty of times. Another southern zone here in Miramar. So both Miramars today down in the south. But at least teams are going to be able to get their drop locations on the north. Still, teams are going to have to make the long rotation. And my eyes are going to be on Alpha7 to see if they lose players on rotation once again.
This is the exact same. Circle 1.
Deja vu.
Yeah. Well, luckily, okay, but for the Alpha7, the Winnie. Let's go. Okay, but for the Alpha7 narrative.
Get it?
SLR aren't anywhere near them. SLR decided to drop a different spot for Dubai instead.
Get it?
So I think Jukes, pay attention. Oh god, wait, never mind.
He's flipping. Come on. No, hit that shot, Hate. That would have been more crazy. Okay, all right, sorry. All right, now go ahead. My bad.
I was looking at the whole idea of is anyone going to bridge camp another team? And so far, we've only seen SLR against Alpha7. SLR are dropping into different spots. I don't know if any of that's going to come to light just yet. I could see, looking at the map now, I could see Queso perhaps trying to hold the road between FURIA and the zone, and that could be a useful target for them just based off of the leaderboard. That's the only thing. That's the only suggestion that I got so far.
Yeah, it'd be good to see some vehicle camps for sure. We don't see enough of them, at least in my eyes. Miramar is the place to do it. You got plenty of time. But yeah, Eragod's got the bolty. He's got the M24. I'm not gonna bust it out just yet. Entity 7 in the same place we saw them last match for the most part. So yeah, a lot of deja vu compared to the match number 1. The Rolls of War should know who this is. Oh, gets the nice little heady. I wonder. No, I don't think. Do you think Rolls of War actually try to go against Entity 7 here?
It's hard to tell. If they got that knock, absolutely. because this is a pretty straightforward line of aggression through this ridge of Los Leones. But without it, I think they are going to be looking to not back away, but just sort of hold their position and keep their eyes on Entity 7 spot.
The only reason why I said it is because like they should have a good idea who it is. You know, I mean, this is very similar to the last match, and if they know it's Entity 7, Royals of War should want to like soak up some early points.
Yes.
Colgoat's on the push, but at the same time, it's Los Leones. It's so sketchy on the push.
And it's also an essential spot, and they know the other team's going to be on the rotate. It's not a position that they could guarantee an isolated 4v4, or in this case, 4 versus 3. So, like, even if the fight against Entity 7, if they do feel confident in that, they could easily be throwing their game if another team hears the fight, is already in a position to collapse and third party it. You always need to be aware. It's such a big, important skill of not tunnel visioning on the one team ahead of you.
I mean, why can't they just realize that there's nobody near them? We could see it, right? Yeah. That's how it is, though. You know, and that's the thing is that this is a very, very early... I mean, if they were going to make the push, it had to be instant, right? Because it was so early, there's very low chance there is going to be someone next to you. Of course, we know that. They don't for sure. So, I mean, why take extra risks, especially if you're Royals of War, who need a lot of points here. So yeah, I like the fact that they're playing a little extra safe here. So early game action. This will be the Hot Jukes and Cammy D podcast for a couple of zones, and hopefully we'll start seeing the ramp up around stage 3, stage 4.
Yeah,
because oh boy, it's go time, especially for teams like right now. I'm looking at Team Queso as well, right? We haven't really talked about them too much, but Team Queso are in the mix to easily take top 3, but we need to see a lot more from them. They've been losing a lot of early fights. Do you think it's even possible at this point for any team like below 9th place on down to try to make a run for like 4th?
Oh, they would have to get a bunch of wins. Like, honestly, no, I don't. I'm trying to look at the numbers now, and anything over a 150 point gain is difficult to imagine, because it's not only about getting your own points, it's also hoping that the teams in front of you don't get points. And that would be about 6 teams that you need to make sure don't get any points. And that's just very unlikely. I don't even know if that's possible to happen.
Yeah, I mean, with the double points day, anything can happen, right?
True.
But that would mean you going crazy and stopping everybody else. Because like a good solid double points day, on average, has been about 100 points, right? So you could get 100 points, but so can they, right? You got to stop them. That is what you're trying to say. So it's crazy. It's crazy to see. I just don't see teams doing things differently. You know what I'm saying, Cam? Like, we're not seeing anybody like try to pull out those strategies. We'll find out for sure in the next upcoming days, but that's something I hope we actually witness here.
Well, I think what's also important to acknowledge with some of the criticisms that we're giving about slow to adopt the meta, as we do see a fight break out between 2 North American teams, Energy and Hyper. But real quick before that, is that this is also the first time that we're seeing a 16-team lobby for the entire league. Usually it's about 20 teams with rotating groups, which means that teams are adjusting rotations and drop patterns more routinely, whereas here it's more static and stable, but teams don't have the experience of tracking static and stable rotations and drop patterns by the teams that they're going up against, maybe not at this level at least. So it's an entirely new environment here at PMSL, which, even though like we can theory craft as much as we want, it does make sense to a point that it's taking some time for these teams to sort of really fully embrace the features of this format.
Yeah, and there's different things that happen. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's a lot of games to be played here. 6 matches is a long time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And after a whole entire day of gaming, sometimes you just want to go back to the hotel and crash out.
Yep.
And the top teams, they have coaches that are giving them full like breakdowns of what happened.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? It's different, especially now that the tournament's been going on for so long. Some guys are just, sometimes it's their first time even being outside the country. So sometimes you get a little homesick. There's a lot of different factors that happen for sure, right? But you know what? I'll say this. You want to go to that Esports World Cup. It's going to be a blast for sure. So if you can do anything, right, work hard now, rest when you get home.
Easier said than done, but in order to be a top competitor, you got to make some sacrifices. As SLR and Deathwolves fighting out in the blue. Again, fighting in phase 1. Very strange. What's so bad about Los Leones? Because we are going to Los Leones again.
Why even shoot? Why even shoot in the battle like this? That's kind of crazy. I mean, yeah, I get it. Like, you're trying to get some easy eliminations. And, oh, the bus. Not having it. Hojuan making the push onto Obscure from Deathwolves. This is a loss. Oh, that's going to be tough. And Obscure, he is stuck. Yeah, so Obscure most likely going to go down here. So many different angles.
Still alive. But, whoa, wait a second. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. So, Koi going to get rezzed. And, oh, is that a nade?
Oh, no. That might have been a frag.
Oh, no. Okay, he survived. That was scary.
Barely. That could have been
He's
bad.
saying, I'm sorry, my friend. I thought it was a smoke.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it before. I totally relate. We've seen it at the top level. Like, it's rare, but it happens every once in a while. But yeah, weird for SLO to force that. Good for Deathwolves to leave Obscure behind. It's not worth trying to turn that one around with the position that they were in. They had an inside track to get a better spot in the circle, even if they had even if they had to lose a player to get there, could be worth it, as Queso do get another knock against Entity 7.
Yeah. Team Queso getting it done. You know what I noticed too, Cameron, is like at the highest level, we're gonna see it during the Esports World Cup. It's like players have an agreement when they're in blue zone, right? They say it's just not worth fighting, right? Like, hey, why don't we just stop fighting, push into zone, and fight then, right? Doesn't that make a lot more sense? And it makes, I think, the game a lot more dynamic, a lot more difficult as well for teams to hold edge. But if teams don't have that heads up and they're willing to fight in blue, oh my gosh, it makes rotating into the circle that much more difficult. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I want to see more teams kind of have that understanding, because at the end of the day, if you guys fight in the blue, it's a lose-lose, right? You're going to lose players. Oh, what happened?
Alpha7 are losing multiple players again early game on Miramar. What is happening to them? This time it seems to be against Hyper, and Entity 7 are just getting deleted. They can't hold any position without another team pushing onto them.
Entity 7 getting shredded. Meanwhile, yeah, Alpha7 made that rotation all the way from El Pozo, so they went totally to the hardship side. And it's going to work out for them because the zone is going to be in a pretty decent position, but they're going to have to fight through NRG in order to make it worth it. Uh-oh, Erangel almost got thirsted there. Fortunately for him, he didn't. So one more player of Entity 7. It is Hate 99. If there's one player that I think that could definitely put in work, it's him.
Oh! Doesn't bounce where he wanted it to. That cook was really good. Forced out in the open now. And it is going to be the long-range angle held by the flank player of Royals of War. So good hold there. They did lose a player in the meantime. Erangel has gone down.
What?
2 eliminations.
How did they lose that?
I guess bleed out. Maybe self-molly. I'm not quite sure.
That's tough, because it looks like they were going to be able to get that res. Maybe it was that bounce nade. Who knows? Doran from Titan Gaming's moving on in. Cardi C is putting some shots onto them, so that might make the push. Yeah, they thought that it was safe, and it is not. But Inactive is now going to push onto Victex 2v1. What is happening? There we go. Oh, Victex actually won that. Are you kidding me?
Got the double, and now the rest of Royals can respond. Confirm these eliminations, get the revive, and just make sure you don't open up your LOS to AGG. But yeah, I gotta jump the smokes for that to happen. I think there's a small, tight little sliver of a line here held by them on the high ground.
4 eliminations on the side of Victex. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. That's what I like to see, right? Royals of War doing everything they can to keep their tournament hopes alive. That's what gets me hyped up, and I love to see those type of plays, especially during crunch time.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how they can leave Los Leones, because with the shift going towards the east on top of Deathwolves, because as we talked about earlier on, with them giving up their isolated player, they had an idea where the zone was going to go, and they get rewarded for it. But it goes to the east. Royals of War are going to have to leave Los Leones. It's not the easiest path that direction, with the high ground ridges overlooking that entire side. It's not just AGG with the high ground. We're also looking at a number of other teams right in front of them, like Be Bold, like Queso, a little bit of 9Z.
Now let's see what happens here. Is we're looking at the next zone. It is right just on the east side of Los Leones. J7's got his eyes onto Alpha7. Oh, and the pump shotgun comes out. NRG in big trouble. Oh my gosh, Revo just right to the chest. This guy don't miss.
Deletion with the trench rifle. And now NRG, what's left of them? It's just fate.
It's fate.
Just
right
trying
now,
to,
yeah. That's it. Just fate. Tough situation here. Yeah. Fate stuck to his lonesome once again. And yeah, I mean, Alpha7 did have to make that push, and they make it successfully. They're going to have to make another, though, because here they're going to be having to go against 9Z, FURIA, looking in the zone. Look at that. Team Liquid in a beautiful spot. Rolls of War as well, still alive.
I don't know the best path for Alpha7 making into the zone at this point. Because if they go towards the west, it's a lot of teams, and it's all going to be running into B-Bolt's high ground spot. If they go to the east, it's going to be all out in the open, giving angles to Liquid and Death Wolves. It's going to be difficult to find a spot to sort of, obvious where.
9Z. Because 9Z.
Okay.
That's why. That's the push. All right. Let's see what happens to us, Revo, with the pump shotgun. Bah! How about this? You want another one? Who else is here? Ah! Huh? Ah! Goodbye! Just Revo with the pump shotty. Yep, absolutely deleting NRG. Now let's see if he can do it again against 9Z. But Alpha7 most likely going to have to go ahead and push, maybe edge through the circle, through the thick side. Let's see what happens, though. Anything is possible. It looks like Alpha7 are actually going to be approaching Hyper here.
Simple now, eyes on angles to the west. And look at this. Exactly. This is exactly what I'm talking about, is be bold with those high ground angles. Could overlook a lot of the zone, especially here towards the south. You need to be aware of your angles, and that's going to make it more difficult to try and push into any of those buildings.
Baton with the open sight lines, but Carrillo just putting that suppressive fire. Look at that. I mean, that's why Alpha7's so good. Even when they're wide on the open, right? They make cover with their weapons. And yeah, Carrillo is just trying to buy some time. Now Revo is going to try to get that off angle and gets him. Look at that. Boom. That angle gone. Now Alpha7 is going to try to get that res.
Wait, and where's the backup? At Hyper, they have all four up. Why is Baton out by a solo? At least be playing in pairs here, because now the knock gets immediately pushed on. That's some space open. That's an opportunity for Alpha7 to break into the zone.
And yeah, at Hyper, I mean, still working on just communication issues. Now the rebuild year, you know, and you can see that they're making simple mistakes. You know, they should have committed the entire squad to this area. Instead, they're piece by piece getting picked apart, though. But Revo gets knocked. It's a 2v2. Who's gonna hit the shots? McGrellin gets it. FS in trouble. Carrillo up front gets the finish, and there goes Hyper.
Only one elimination. It looks like Death Wolves got involved in the fight at range third party, but Alpha7 still holding on, still staying alive, and they can get the revive, get all three up. It was a close fight, a lot of very low health bars, but now it's going to be SLR next up to try and block them out of the zone. The Blues pushing in. They don't have a lot of time, Alpha7, to push through. They might not be aware exactly of where SLR are playing from.
Oh, that's what Alpha7 does best, though, right? They full commit the entire squad. They're like, we're either all going to go out, or we're going to win this fight with some more eliminations. And that pressure is just so overwhelming, especially if you have a team that is just not as synergized, and they're a little bit split up. Alpha7 just going to 3v1, 1-1-1 at a time until you're all gone. And now they're going to try to do it against SLR. Let's see what happens. Uh-oh. Gun swap. Hojuan gets the knock. Rest of Alpha7 are just a little far behind. And now it's going to be much more difficult as a two-man. Uh-oh, Carrillo with the knock, though, on a dragon. That's big. Oh, and they get the finish. So Alpha7. Oh, it was Hojuan that he blew himself up.
Point denial. Totally planned.
That's what I'm talking about. Big heads-up play there from SLR.
Yeah. 14th place to 9 points from first place. Very much a play on the leaderboard.
Sometimes you got to do it. Sometimes you got to do it. You got to stop Alpha7 in any way you can, even if that's taking your own self out. So a bold strategy, Cameron. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Oh, Revo's now pushing forward. You can see in the distance Influence Rage and Death Wolves. And it's another team on the north. It's going to be Team Liquid actually potentially pushing down from the high ground. We'll see if Revo and Carrillo can't third party this, coming in on the slow edge. Small little angle that they're holding. No one wants to get close to B-Bolt. That's why everyone is stacked up on the corner here, because B-Bolt's high ground spot is going to be watching everything.
Well, let's see if they can utilize it. That's going to be the question, right? Only one elimination so far. With a position like that, they should definitely look to soak up a lot more. But like you're saying, everyone's playing keep away right now. No one's trying to get towards them or even leave the slightest sight line open. Minute 55 on the clock. This is stage 5, and it is the calm before the storm. As things are going to rack up here quickly. Alpha7 as a duo, what do you think they do in this position?
Probably get a couple of eliminations before going out. I don't see them being in a position that they can get a lot of placement points and really contest for the win, like sneak into a top 4 spot. But they can definitely play spoiler on a fight that's going to break out on the East.
Yeah, 7 eliminations so far. Good game for them, right?
Yeah.
Team Liquid. This is what they do, though. Team Liquid, they avoid early engagements, and then towards the end, they just soak up a bunch of eliminations and placement points. This could be that third-party opportunity you were talking about here, because Influence Rage is now starting to press up on the Death Wolves, and Alpha7 are just keeping an eye on this for sure. Federal trying to get a nade. Initial knock with that utility. That's going to miss. And at the same time, Influence Rage need to be careful here, because they are leaving themselves open for a dirty third party.
They're sticking below the defilade to avoid just that. Have a lot of smokes in play as well. And now the grenades are coming out. They get inside the hard cover. So they get the small initial position. But they need to push even further forward. Good grenades into the high ground. Death Wolves are holding very well onto the low. They're expecting the grenades above them.
I wonder if Death Wolves set up a gas can near that door. Nope, they did not. So now Diego's going to push in, get knocked instantly. And thirsted really quick. So now the Death Wolves getting another elimination. Have a big opportunity. But the Death Wolves and Influence Rage need to finish this off quicker rather than later, because they do open themselves up for that third party, which could definitely ring on open. Law getting pieced up. Oh my gosh. Down to 20% health. It is not looking good. 10 seconds on the clock. This zone's about to shift.
Yeah, I mean, good for Influence Rage to get up against the wall. But with the limited space that they've been able to play with Liquid breathing down their throats from the north, they need these pieces of utility to land, because they're running out of it.
Well, it's an Eastern Los Leones finish, and it's going to be on that mountainside. So yeah, B-Bolt are going to back on up and control this entire space. Let's see how they decide to work it. Meanwhile, Death Wolves need to finish this fight quickly. 30 seconds on the clock. They got to finish They got to finish Influence Rage, get everybody up, and start pushing into the mountainside. And it's going to be hard, because Team Liquid are overlooking this entire area.
And with Gizao going down, puts it as a
Great
2
nade.
versus 2, but a great grenade. Now pushes in, forces the 1 versus 1. The backup is
Done.
there, doesn't matter. A nice final grenade. That's going to be it for Influence Rage. That can get the revives now for Death Wolves. And now on the west side, similar situation of teams avoiding B-Bold's angles.
Big Tex getting naded. He did not realize that Potro was right there. And Rolls of War getting double knocked. That has gotta hurt. What a play there from Potro.
We'll go to the last one up.
Oh, close.
Ugh, good damage to try and counter knock, but not going to come through. Just barely misses it. And look at Furia now pushing in over this spot. Man advantage, looking to try and clean up the edge.
Well, Influence Rage is gone. Death Wolves have 5 eliminations, so they're going to be continuing to hold on to that third place position. Eco Gaming, though, after a good one, are going to be on the push. They don't have a bad spot, but they're going to have to either fight Team Liquid or back off, and it looks like that's what they decide to do. Meanwhile, Team Liquid now battling it out with Death Wolves. Scarblazine keeping an eye on Ego, but this is a hard one to push. Yeah, Team Liquid are just playing a big game of keep away at this point.
And it's pushing Death Wolves into Alpha7, who have a couple of good grenades with Death Wolves' name on it. It's all down. They're boy. Shots coming out. 10 HP, and that's going to be it.
Beautifully done. That's Death Wolves eliminated with 5. So, again, not a bad game from them. This is FURIA's opportunity to try and catch them, though. Let's see how they utilize it. Mythic with a beautiful nade. Oh, Carrillo getting pieced up by half. That's due to that mountainside. And some more utilities that have come out from both sides. And Carrillo catches Mythic. I'm telling you, Alpha7 as a duo are so deadly. They work so well together.
they might be doing more than I expect from them. They've already got a couple of eliminations, but it doesn't look like anyone's able to really upset their spot. They have good cover to avoid from Be Bold, but they're running out of frag grenades. That second follow-up doesn't get the confirm that they were hoping for, and now the revive is coming through on Liquid's side.
Man, I'll tell you what, though, if you're going to have 2 players up for Alpha7 as a duo, it's got to be Carrillo and Rivo. These guys live for these kind of moments. They work so well together. And the good thing about a 2-man is that the communication is so obvious. You know what your other teammate is doing. So if you work together really well, which they do, they should be able to try and maximize this opportunity. Especially since they were able to get a finish onto a Team Liquid member. That's the team that they want to get finished. So I want to see what Alpha7 does here. Are they going to just try and push and take out Team Liquid? That should be what's on their mind.
It's certainly the first step of trying to get any more points this round. The other opportunity is what? Go towards the west? That's a big ridge they can't climb up. And to the north, they'll be cut down by Liquid. So yeah, even if they thought differently, there's no other option. But the circle continues to center up. A lot of teams still alive. But now that you can't avoid the high ground angles anymore, I'm sure Be Bold are going to have a lot more to do with the rest of the phases, rest of the teams surviving.
They better, and they need to start doing it sooner than later, Camry, because Be Bold need a ton of points, right?
Yeah.
And they only have 1 so far. And oh my gosh, Brunson gets knocked by Rivo. And is he going to get thirsty? He's so far away from the rest of his team. This is what Be Bold cannot afford at this point.
Grenades coming up from Doran. Last one up for Titan, but that's going to be it. AGG V2. The support angle.
And if that thing gets the knock onto Ayala with a mini from downtown, Rivo gets the knock onto Reyes. Lorenzen finally catches Carrillo, but Be Bold is falling apart.
I know, we're looking at FURIA here with a big lineup on the 9Z, but it's so hard to try and ignore what's happening with Alpha7. It's such a huge run for them so far. Now it's all down to Revo. Last one up.
Grenade.
Timed perfectly.
Oh! And is not able to get the shot off. Lorenzen from Be Bold is able to get it done, but Alpha7 end with 11 eliminations, and now here comes Team Liquid, ready to just clean up the mess. And look at this, Be Bold's phenomenal position, Cameron. Gone, just like that.
Yeah, it all fell apart from that first knock, and then just the throwing bodies of the problem to try and get the revives. It's all on to David here left. Last one up, only 3 eliminations. Not at all the game that they were hoping for and expecting for. And this is opening the door for 9Z and Liquid to take over their spot and then do what they were hoping to do from the very beginning.
Oh man, Be Bold needed to stop getting so greedy. I mean, they just held too much of this mountainside. If they would just focus pretty much all on this area, right? They would have such a better game, but you know, to each their own. Meanwhile, Rules of War getting peppered on their way into the zone. Next zone's about to pop. Are we going to get a nice little centered up zone? We sure do. So, yeah, right now my eyes are on Team Liquid on the south side to clean up 9Z and win this game.
I agree. There's a lot of other teams with healthy rosters still in the game, but Liquid had the ability, especially cleaning up through 9Z, who just got eliminated, to just play leapfrog through the remaining squads. They just cleared their back. They can now climb up on the high ground and play bit by bit, team by team, taking one at a time.
Should be a solid chicken dinner for Team Liquid. I mean, considering what they've already been able to accomplish in this tournament, they have some high ground advantage. This is what they live for. When Team Liquid, when the play is obvious, they're very, very difficult to stop. So it's going to be up to these other teams and players to get a clutch knock and hopefully somewhat stop their run. But as far as other teams that need these points, Team Queso definitely need a big game here. iNCO Gaming as well. And at this point, yeah, Be Bold are pretty much toast. All Glory Gaming have not been able to have the start of the day that they were hoping for. But, I mean, it's not over yet. Anything can happen. Otro gets the knock.
It starts off like this. How does Queso respond off it? A second knock. How did that happen for Liquid? It's only 1 up. They can commit to at least this first revive, but look at the speed that Queso is taking over this land. Grenades coming out. I don't know if that one's going to land on Cardozo, but it's close.
Got him. He is going to be down to 1 HP and get thirsted. So that's a huge player from Team Liquid And I do love this, aggressive play style from Team Pmsl. They are looking to take this chicken dinner.
They had to. The second they got that knock, they knew that the only play was just to rush forward because they couldn't allow Liquid to reset. And now, Chief, it's all on to one last player for Liquid. Again, can go for the revive, but how much more space can Queso? And then even AGG V2 on the north, how much more space are they going to be taking in the meantime?
Oh, Potro trying to grow some wings and climb this mountain. Unfortunately, he's not able to, so he's just going to have to wait it out as a duo. Oh, I mean, the worst case scenario for Team Pmsl. They had that. They had him, but they just aren't able to get the finishes.
Now, iNCO, they've been unable to get onto the high ground as well. They're getting eliminated by the blue. Smoke line comes out from Liquid. As Chief runs back up to the high ground. And I think Queso, they were able to get closer to the center based off of those knocks on the Liquid, but AGG pulling attention away forces them to focus on their west.
And I bet they get it out to the play zone. Papa Blue, now this is stage 9. The zone is going to go down into nothing. We're all the way to the center. Let's see who's able to get this. I think All Glory Gaming are stuck. I don't think they can get up this mountainside at this point. So they're done for if they can't. Team Pmsl, who is the most central? That's who my eyes are on. It might be Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think it's Liquid. Queso look close to it, but Liquid have more maneuverability just being on the high ground themselves.
Let's see. All Glory Gaming now did find, I guess, a way up the mountainside. Fran, oof. He's going to have to push. He has no choice. The zone is closing. And Mythic, Mythic is pretty much in the most central position. So I think this might just be a Team Liquid win via Papa Blue. It is starting to edge onto them, though, but they have all the high ground in the world. And, oh my gosh, 6 nades in total from them. So anything can happen. Chief.
Almost spotted the MG3 running out in the open. But I think some attention towards David. And Cardi swinging around the side. Gets a quick knock and flush.
It's going to have to be utility to take out Team Liquid. This could be it right here. Let's see if it does. Looks good. Oh, not able to get the knock, though. And now David is stuck. Against All Glory Gaming. 1v2. He's done.
Gave some good damage, but it only loosened them up further for Liquid to eliminate them. 2v2v1. Wow. And Cardi with really nice damage, followed up with the Molotov. It might not be Liquid at the end.
It might not be. Mythic's in trouble. He's down to 1 HP, but not able to get the finish. And it's Team Liquid that win match number 5 with just 1 HP. How is that possible?
It was close. It was very, very close. The utility that came out at the end landed all but perfectly onto Liquid's position. And it's so important that they were able to get that chicken dinner because they came into this fight, this game, very late. They wanted to play a safe mid-game, which is a very valid way to play, but it meant that they were lower on eliminations. And if they weren't able to convert from that 6-point second place to 10-point first place, it wouldn't have been nearly as good of a round as Alpha7 had.
Right.
It's true. Alpha7 was tearing it up. In fact, they took out 3 North American teams, which gives me back to my point that I kind of left off with as I was, throwing to you guys for the game. It was like SLR took down Alpha7 in the first Miramar we saw of the day. So were they going to go out for blood against SLR? Well, they went out for blood against NA entirely. So the Grim Reapers of North American, it feels bad, but it feels great for their overall elimination count. 11 is very impressive. Imagine if they stay alive, because who knows how far they could have gone. We've had 2 games that went to 19 eliminations, so that's the limit, at least when it comes to our America Spring season. Still impressive nonetheless, but yeah, Team Liquid getting that victory in the way they did so. Mythic hot jukes, right? Hitting that final shot with 1 HP. Mythic, the top fragger, proving so when it comes to Miramar.
Oh, man, that's how you do it right there. That's how you get your squad hyped. So, I mean, they're obviously looking to take this whole thing away from Alpha7. Anything can happen. It's games like that, though, especially from your star player, that just gets you pumped. And this is that star player from Alpha7, right? Revo in the early game, man, looking unstoppable.
Oh, he was crazy, right? So Revo just goes big off the start camera, deletes NRG, first and foremost. Just absolutely takes them down, which I was like, all right, cool. That's a decent start. And then all of a sudden, right, you got Hyper who rolls up on him. Baton splits, and then A7 takes advantage. That's the second team from North America gone.
Yeah, there were close fights from Alpha7 against all of those teams, but they were still able to push so many points out of this round. At the end here, Revo almost got this final elimination against NRG, at least confirmed it with a grenade, but we saw how low that health bar was. Of course, that was the beginning for Liquid to then take over this high ground spot and really just clean up from there. Though again, the same thing, it was close for Liquid.
It was close, but Team Liquid is a team that I feel, Hot Jukes, that can be on the precipice of like losing, or be on the precipice of like, okay, this is a situation that looks very difficult to win. Like, case in point, right? Mythic against Cardi in that last moment. Brilliant job. Team Liquid has this innate ability to come out on the other end looking just as good as they did coming into it, right? A bit dicey, but now all of a sudden they're confident. Team Liquid is a special team that knows how to turn tough situations into a positive for themselves.
Yeah, especially with Fran as an ADS. That's how they do it right there. Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. I mean, the hip fire not working. I think Glory Gaming should have had that, but I mean, Team Liquid, especially Mythic, right? He'll hit. He's gonna hit those shots.
Sure. And
he does. So I mean, I love Team Liquid's play style overall. I think positionally, they're the strongest team in this lobby when it comes to just putting themselves in that beautiful spot.
I agree.
And when the play is obvious, it just all the dominoes just fall, right? And at the same time, Alpha7 are the best team when the going gets tough. You know what I'm saying? As a duo, I was talking to Cameron, what do you do? And Cameron was like, just trying to get a couple eliminations. And then he was like, wait a second. Right? This is looking a little scary.
Dude, we've seen them do that so much, right? Throughout this series. It's just, again, just like Team Liquid, Alpha7's a team that I've seen put in impossible situations and just dominate them over multiple teams, whether it be North America, Brazil, or Latin America. It's just simply incredible. Team Liquid will grow their lead a little bit more to 4 points over that of Alpha7. They stay in charge, although they continue to flip-flop back and forth. As far as 3rd through 8th goes, Cameron, no moving about. Death Wolves will continue to hold on to number 3, Influence Rage, and then Furia. I know we were worried about Furia maybe dropping down a couple more spots, especially after iNCO ended up winning Sanhok, but Furia is holding on tight, but not necessarily strongly.
Not really. It's just because iNCO and Queso haven't been making big moves. I'm looking at Royals of War again, one of the big storylines that we've been talking about today. And because of the gap between them and Queso, they have yet to fully overtake it yet. And unfortunately, with that 0-point round on Sanhok, even though they got, what was it, 9 eliminations and 1 placement point in the previous round, I think I'm going to want to see like a high-level podium, maybe even a full-on win with good eliminations for them in order to be more confident about their run this week. It's only one day of 5, so I don't want to try and count them out too early, but they can't rely on Queso and iNCO having bad days the entire week.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. Without question, I think that stands for Death Wolves. That stands also for Furia. Just really any team up there. You can't bank on the fact that your spot's going to be secure based off the bad performances of others. That would actually be a losing strategy, I think. Yes. Right? So you have to expect everyone to be at their best, which I do believe, starting double points tomorrow, every team will, or at least should be at their best. And iNCO Gaming, again, is that team that I think could be quite scary. But that's 5 games down, 1 more to go. We hop back into Erangel, game number 6, where we started the day, but we will finish, of course. I'm excited to see who ends up taking that one, and I'm also excited to hear from Sarpatch, who's on site to talk to Titan Gaming's Redox after his massive 8 elimination game on Sanhok. Let's hear what Redox had to say.
Redox from Titan Gaming's, bro, a great match right there. You carried the team, you did 7 kills. Well, at least 7 kills the last time I saw, right? So how you guys feeling? It's been a good day today, huh?
It's been okay. I would say we need to do much better. We're doing a lot of mistakes still. But let's see. We have 2 more games. Maybe we'll come back. Who knows?
Who knows, bro? But 7 kills by yourself. How do you feel about that? 8 kills, my bad.
Okay. Nothing much. Could have done more, but yeah. They stole all my kills.
Who stole all your kills?
I don't know. From Alpha7 and the last guy. Who cares about the kills anyway? We're last place. Yeah.
Well, guys, you're doing better. That's important, though. That's important. You're doing better. Just trying not be in the last place. You're not in the last place.
No, but
I know who's in the last place, but yeah, okay. We can do better, though.
We are the champions from the bottom.
Let's go back, guys.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season Day number 11. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. You know, Hot Jukes, my favorite player, Redox. He was on the screen. I tell you what, I'm a big fan of him. The more and more I hear him talk, because that was a great interview. Look, he says, who cares about kills? I got 8. Most players be proud of that, but he says, what does it matter? We're still at the bottom, but they're the best team at the bottom, Hot Jukes. That's what matters.
Champions from the bottom. That's what I like to see. I mean, you know what? Just saying, hey, no matter what position you're in, you're going to put in work, you know? And I'll tell you what, they're doing it. They're doing it, right? I mean, hey, especially when you have one player putting up so many eliminations, who knows, right? Anything can happen. And I'll say this, with the double points especially available, now's the time, right? To just say, hey, all right, let's just make sure we get some good performances on our off days. And then as well as double points day, we go crazy. We could definitely end up on the first page and pretty high as well, you know? So even if it doesn't work out for this team, we could definitely see a player like Redox get, who knows, scooped up by another team. Maybe we might even see him in the World Cup. Anything's possible.
That's right. Well, look, whether you're on the bottom or you're on the top, you have an important job ahead of you, right? And that's to try and do your best, your absolute best. And I'm excited to see Erangel again, Cameron, in Hyper NA, right? They finished on top of Erangel, at least the last one we saw, map number 3, with 12 eliminations. It was a phenomenal performance. We go back to Erangel. I'm only hoping we get that performance once again.
I mean, they are as well. And all of us, listen, we don't like to play sides, but at the same time, we're all from North America. It's nice to see them really, like, go blow for blow with the teams here. But I think ultimately it's about to hit the top 8. It's trying to be on the first page, because for any of the teams from our beloved sub-region of North America. Making top 4 is out of the question. I don't think mathematically it's possible. The stars would have to align so perfectly that I would wonder if we were in a simulation for it to happen. But I think hitting top 8 and having this as a real learning experience, which it is, we've talked about it before, it's a learning experience for everyone involved, no matter where they are, but really gearing up for the next season they're going to be on LAN here.
Well, that's been a big talking point for Hyper specifically, has been, what are they going to look like next season? Because Hot Jukes, you kind of said that, right? For Hyper, they're just looking to improve, right? First place, top 4 is kind of out of the question at the moment. Like you said, Cameron, unless we live in a simulation, which I don't think we do, but if we do, it's a pretty good simulation, because I haven't figured it out yet. But Hot Jukes, I do hope Hyper continues to improve. And by the way, they are still playing with Capri, right? The new addition, Cameron. So Hot Jukes, Capri, man, he's made a difference, and Hyper has been better.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if Hyper were to do it, Shifan would be like that guy at the end of the Matrix, right, with all those screens all around. right, just programming it at this point. That'd be crazy to see, and I would personally love to see it. Hyper do this crazy miracle run, but at the end of the day, we got to be realistic, right? And you know what? This is still the spring, right? Fall's coming up around the corner. We could definitely see something from this squad. My hope is that Hyper stick together. No matter what happens here, just use this as a learning experience, and hopefully we can see them pop off here at the end.
Team chemistry in esports is paramount to have success, and I do hope they stick together, because we need Hyper to stay together. Hey, chat, the PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Well, everyone, it's the final game of the day. The start to week number 3 is coming to an end. We're going back to Erangel, who will finish on top, at least when it comes to top 8. We're about to find out. Hot Shoots, Cameron Davis, take it away.
That's right. Who's going to finish on top, and who's going to put themselves in the best position to get 3rd place? That's going to be the big question here, Cameron, right? Because, first and second, they both go to the group stage, right? They're just going to get some more money, some more bragging rights. But, there's one more slot that's going to have that opportunity to possibly change their lives, right? So I want to see all the stops get put out here towards the end.
Yeah, and to be fair, even though you're right, like, I think we're going to have more teams fighting over that 3rd spot and then the 4th as well. Even between Alpha7 and Liquid, there's still something to fight over. It's not just prize pool in 1st and 2nd place. There's also the seeding aspect of hypothetically, if you're in 1st, your group should have teams that are not as strong, but that you can only really try to push that narrative so far in just the way that Battle Royale groupings work. But it's not nothing.
Definitely not nothing. I mean, and not to mention, there's also those PUBG mobile power rankings,
right?
And you want to be the team that's on top of those for sure. Because who knows what's going to happen come PMGC time, right? At the end of the year.
Ooh,
so you want to perform your best no matter what. And Alpha7, I'll tell you this, Cameron. They're tired of coming in 2nd place. That's for sure, It happened to them in PMGO in front of a huge party. They're at home once again.
Oh, no.
They do not want back-to-back 2nd places. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's like they talk to some sort of seer who was like, I'll give you information. Influence Rage don't win the regional event. Like, oh, yes, that's amazing. Didn't feed the information that it's Liquid instead. So, yeah, they absolutely want to make sure that it's them in 1st place. Finally, at some point, they can just really take over and get the crown that they want.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Man, Esports World Cup right around the corner. That's going to be crazy to watch. And, Alpha7 are going to be pulling out all the stops. Team Liquid as well. But there's a lot of different teams that are going to be putting in work here. And Hyper looking to get into it with Team Liquid. Baton's already on the push. Oh, he's hungry. Stars flipping the buggy. Not what, he's punching the air. He's upset.
I think Baton's coming in from a different angle. I think Hyper have multiple sightlines onto Liquid in an early spot, and Liquid aren't even fully looted up. These are teams that are floating towards the east, and because the phase 1 hits the east too with the western plane path, this makes this early looting very impactful, very important for Liquid. I think Liquid might be coming into this zone on a bit of a back foot unless they try and go all the way to the east coast, Lipovka, Prison. But by doing so, they might just be giving up a center position to other teams.
Watch, Ayala's going to go into the shelter with the buggy all the way downstairs. Let's see him. Let's see him. Oh, all right. He goes. Switching around. Here he goes, Cameron. What did I say? Ayala, this is what this guy loves to do, man. He just loves the buggy shenanigans. What do you think about that?
Why?
Why?
I mean, I guess it's a faster rotate in here.
Called it. Called it. That's how you do it. He's going to be loot sheltered. Nice and safe.
I mean, it protects the buggy too, I guess. But Hyper, they are not letting Liquid get out of this for free.
Oh!
Chief immediately goes down. There's an option for response for Kodosin, but he's already deep into prison. FS is going to get to this vehicle in time.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. That knock, they should be able to get this confirmation very easily. And that's what they're going to do. Yeah, they're going to start taking the hillside. And, oh yeah, Kodosin, he knows. Yeah, I got to leave. I got to leave. I'm in too much pressure here. Start doing the turnaround. He cannot afford to hit anything on the way out.
Chief
Hit the jump. Perfect. Perfect driving.
Yeah. Chief gets confirmed. Unsurprising there. But I do think Liquid are going to survive with 3 still. But like this, more than losing Chief, which is bad enough as it is, it's again just putting the pressure on them, not letting them loot up, not letting them get themselves established. Now, and Hyper, we'll see if that ends up biting them in the back after, because they are kind of giving up their rotation themselves. They are giving up their loot timings themselves. They have some loot. They used that loot to take out Chief to begin with, but it's not going to be at 100%, and so I think they're going to be cleaning up all of their empty spaces in Lipo here.
Yes, sir, indeed. Oh boy, Team Liquid with 3 players, and Alpha7 are like, oh, doors open, right, to walk away with first place going into the weekend. That's going to be crazy, man. I mean, more like, hypothetical theory crafting. Team Liquid are going to have their day, right? And it's going to be, because they're in group what? Group C, right? From what I recall? Yeah. Double checking. No, they're group B. That's right.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So yeah,
Team Liquid,
yeah, I had to double check because, there's just so many different things to keep track of. And since they're in group B, that means that there's going to have a day on Friday, right? Friday is going to be their day to be able to put in some work. But I am hearing in my ear that we do have an interview with Team Liquid, Ayala, right? So why don't we go ahead and hear from him?
And Team Liquid took the battle. It was really close right there at the end against AGG, guys who are doing a great match day today. And it was a great match. Tell me about it. Gran partida, muy cerrado ahí contra GG al final. Cuéntame un poquito cómo se están sintiendo hoy y cómo se están sintiendo después de esa partida.
No estamos teniendo muy buenas partidas. Por suerte ganamos esta. Lástima que no hicimos muchas kills. Pero bueno, queda la última ahí. Vamos a ver si ganamos.
He says that he doesn't feel that they're doing a good match day today. They're happy that they got this kill and they want to get more kills, but with more kills. They didn't get that much kills. The fight up there between you and Alpha7 is really close, so every point is very important. How are you feeling that fight there for the first place? Esa pelea allá arriba está muy cerrada. ¿Cómo están sintiendo eso? Cada punto es muy importante.
Está muy linda esa pelea con A7 y falta mucho torneo todavía, así que a seguir nomás.
Yeah, the battle is really nice. He's enjoying it, but there's a lot still to go, so let's still play. Ayala, thank you very much. Let's go back.
Well, you heard it there from the man himself. That's the player we're watching right here. Team Liquid Ayala. And I got to agree with him, Cameron. Trash day from Team Liquid. First place, just won the last game. What are they doing?
There have been a couple mistakes in there. And everyone expects hopes for the best for themselves. But that's, I don't know. We hear that from Titan. We hear that from Liquid. Is anyone happy with their performances today?
Right, especially Team Liquid. They just won the game, the last one, and they're sitting literally in first place. But hey, you know what? I guess that's what it takes to be champions, right? You got to be hypercritical of yourself, and I always make that joke. Like in PMGO, Alpha7 got second place. If it was me, I'd be screaming, right? I'd be like, "Let's go, second place! I'll take that." But they were by far the most like frustrated team, right?
Well,
they were the most disappointed.
You can only get second place so many times before you think, okay, where's our first? Where's our first? So
that's true.
Like
that is their curse.
Second place the first time, yay, that's great. Happy about that. Second time, okay, good, but let's how can we take it to the next level? Third time, fourth time, fifth time. Come on, please.
Right? It's got to get old for sure. But you know what? I say this as well. You know, the good thing that Alpha7 has at least is like they can wipe their tears with $100 bills. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That does help.
That does.
That does help to heal for sure. Right? And they might be doing some more healing here in the next few minutes. But that's going to be after all the damage they do on these teams just on the north side of the river. It looks like they're going to be rolling up against Entity 7 here. Beauty is holding the backside of Rozhawk. So many options available in a zone like this.
This is a very complicated phase 2. River cuts in between a lot of it. And iNCO fighting Queso. I think this river incentivizes more aggressive engagements, even though it's only phase 2. At least we are seeing that from these two teams here.
Vitali trying to get the nade usage. There's only so many angles you could hold, and everybody knows them. Yep, yeah, Team Queso. You can't just hold back. It's unfortunate. You're trying to kind of hold on, but you know the utility's coming your way. One more nade, all it takes. Do they have them? I don't see it yet. So here they go on the push. Potro gonna have to make something happen with that S12K. Ah! Headshot!
Oh, second! Oh.
Double knock! Oh! Woo! That was close.
It was, but definitely good for iNCO to send some player onto the window for that exact reason. Get the crossfire set up, even if the timing was just slightly off. They were able to hold on in the end. Though, I do see a liquid rotation that could try and follow up on that damage, but we'll see, because right now we're looking at NRG facing off against Royals of War again. ROW. Can they turn around and start to have... we just want one final round that is solid, that is good. Double-digit points. That's all we really want.
They need that. If they do get those double-digit points, they'll definitely be in the running for third place, for sure.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I think they still are, regardless, right? But that will put them in just a much more comfortable position. Meanwhile, Death Wolves, I mean, these guys have been putting up points no matter what the situation has been, right? They haven't gotten those double-digit elimination chicken dinners. If they keep playing the way they have, though, all they need is just one good fortunate circle, and we'll definitely see it.
Yeah. Again, I think I've said this before, but the average points per game is not about hitting that average every single round. It's about making sure that your poor games aren't bad enough and that you're able to really maximize the games that do go in your favor.
Well, let's just see how these players are going to maximize this situation. And Hyper in the blue zone, as they have been for a majority of Erangels here, since they do not have a dedicated drop location. They are just forced to be nomads, and that makes things that much more difficult. Next zone about to pop. Are we going to see a favor on one side of the river, or will it go? And we'll have to see the 50-50. It's going to be a 50-50, Cameron. This zone can go any way, and man, teams are just going to have to gamble on which side it's going to be on at the end of this.
I'm liking Death Wolf's position, but I don't think there's a single spot that is objectively better at crossing one side over the other. I do think generally it's easier to cross north to south, but only like marginally so. So really, I think most teams are just going to want to focus on making sure they don't get surrounded too much. And like 9Z right now, they have neighbors in apartments. That's not a great feeling. But it's
definitely not.
It's not exactly easy for them to remove them.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, 9Z gonna hold school down. That's a big bet. You gotta, like, school's a great position to hold if the zone goes to school. If not, it can be quite difficult to leave.
Yeah. But, I mean, where else can they send it around this area? Unless
That's
they
true.
Want to go...
Yeah, you gotta pick a spot at the end of the day, right?
Exactly. I think the better spot would be across the zone, where, who is holding there? We have AGGV2 holding on the southeast side, on what is sometimes referred to as, like, J compound, or maybe even... who is that to the north? It's one of these, like, take a scattered compound around school apps, Rozhawk.
Well, Rozhawk Hill's still wide open. believe it or not. Yeah, so 9Z
true.
could decide to take Rozhok Hill. And it looks like Elite was scouting it, and he realizes it's open. So I wonder if 9Z are going to give up school. I definitely think they should, because the chances of zone going fully south here are very slim.
Yeah. Phase 3 is one of those weird ones of like, it's early enough that do we want to go for a gamble? Or
For sure.
like, but it's also late enough that, I don't know, you got to start to actually play for the mid game. But here at Hyper driving by, this is one of the compounds that I think could be a good one, even though it is on the edge. It's got some good sightlines of control. I'm surprised
Good
FS hasn't
rotational
taken
pathing.
more damage than he already has.
Yeah, only walking away with a couple shots onto his dossier. Baton's going to be keeping an eye on this area. I don't know why he's focusing so much time looking in this direction, because the next zone is most likely going to shift north. So I think they should be more looking in a way to get into that next circle. And the only real way I see is either challenging iNCO or influence rage. Unless they go deep, like into the blue zone, like through Yasnaya. It's circle 4. So they can eat some blue and then maybe try to circumvent onto Be Bold. But that's going to be risky. And again, this is only if the zone does go north.
Yeah. I think soaking blue, even in phase 3, is quite an ask, because you're going to be loosened up at least a little bit for the team that you end up sending it in on. But some great shots! It's actually going to be a couple of tags, but most damage coming out from Energy onto Royals of War. So I think Royals of War, their momentum just hasn't been able to last after the first couple of rounds.
Yeah, that's for sure. And let's see right now. The zone goes to Rozhok. All right, so Hyper are going to have to push through All Glory Gaming and iNCO to get into this next zone. FURIA are in a great position here. They have a lot of control, but they can't split themselves too thin.
Oh, God.
Because teams are going to be coming from all angles.
I'm seeing some crashes. I think Influence Rage, are they crashing into Liquid? Or at least just getting into Rozhok? There's a number of teams that need to fight on the north side. SLR, they're driving into Liquid too from the south. It's not... Rozhok is so small, but it's also kind of a city, so it's a very strange space for teams to fight around.
For sure. 9Z have left school. Now they're taking Rozhok Hill. Meanwhile, you got Energy on the side of it. You got SLR in the middle. We're going to see teams just drop like flies here in the circle. FURIA are going to start things off by getting a nice nade, or actually a shot onto Fate. Milaz from NRG Galaxy. This is going to be NRG once again just rocking a 3-man split. This is what they love to do, is just kind of all play solo, and it's just very rarely works.
You can see them getting torn apart by Hyper because of it. Hyper actually go towards the south. They avoid AGG, swinging from the southwest side. A lot better terrain to fight through. And Energy are trying to run away. They might just have to find...
Blind Send.
Yeah, Blind Send, finding a free building in Rozhok.
Wow,
it's available.
Lucky. I mean, that is you just kind of roll the dice right there. And it so happens they hit 7 on that one. So they're going to extend their play for a little bit longer. We'll see where the next zone decides to go. But teams as far that still need to get in here, Titan Gaming are all the way on the north. They're going to have to push down south. But everybody has now found their pretty permanent spot here. We'll just see how they're able to play it out. Meanwhile, I think Alpha7 playing underneath the bridge.
That's not a great sign. They've only lost 1 player. I think just as a sign of confidence, I would have liked if they were to fight through Titan, fight through Deathwolves or whoever it is that still remains on the north side. But Titan, now they're sending it over the bridge, trying to find a free space. I wonder what's available for them. They had some opportunity to scout it out. I think they do find a free building, but iNCO could be charging in onto them as we speak.
Let's see what happens. So Alim with the full send from the buggy gets there to his teammates. Yeah, forced to go back over the broken wall. Fortunately for him, nobody was looking in that direction. So Titan Gaming going to be holding down this red. Really good building to hold in a zone like this. A lot of sight lines for sure. All Glory Gaming getting punished by 9Z though on the back foot. Oh, it looks like 9Z went back to school. So they're rocking a split, I believe. Yeah. And they are trying to gatekeep All Glory Gaming. So looking to soak up some points on this edge.
Rez is sticking. But that's an LMG and a grenade.
It's done.
It's only a stun.
Oh my
Where
gosh,
the frags?
they're so blind.
That's better. That's more like it. That's more like it.
Oh boy. So that took a second, but you know what? It did end up coming out there towards the end. Now looking on over, 9Z should be heading back towards Rozhok Hill. I think that's what they're going to opt to do. And it's still wide open for them. So 9Z doing a great job this game. 5 eliminations so far.
Yeah.
And not a bad position either, unless the zone goes north.
But even from that position, they can play back into school and then wrap around the east side as Alpha7 continue to hold under the bridge. Be bold, try and send it under their spot, but finally, last player hiding out in the water did get a knock.
Be bold in big trouble. So Carrillo is going to be looking for the last swimmer. He's going to be going fishing here. Make sure he's nice and healed up first. They also want to be able to pick up McGrelin. Nades are starting to come out. Oh, from the back! They didn't see that coming. FURIA getting the finish. And now David, he hops in the vehicle to get some more sight lines. It's going to be Mafioso versus him. Oh, but David got shot from across the way. 1 HP. They got him. Titan Gaming. So now Alpha7, very fortunate. They might be able to get these reses off.
Might be able to get 1 or 2, but I don't know. That FURIA angle, and I think they're pushing it further with his zone towards the northeast. Erangel still alive, but 0 elimination points for them so far. Okay, so Alpha7 do get the revives, but this is what I'm talking about with FURIA. Look at them. They're pushing them. They're looking for a good opportunity to try and get some free elimination points, which anyone swimming in the water is essentially free.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not utilizing it. They're letting Alpha7 breathe, and I'll tell you what, that's one thing you don't want to do. You don't want them to get them full reset and focused in your direction, because they could easily punish you, even as a 3-man from the water. So let's see what FURIA opts to do. FURIA, I think, is taking way too much time here. They got to be way more active in situations like this, especially where they're at on the leaderboards.
Yeah. However, there is new Hyper pushing it from the west. Again, Hyper just continuing to swing around the edge. However, Star has been overextended. Gets immediately collapsed upon by the rest of FURIA.
Yeah, Star's trying to scout this area out and getting finished. The rest of Hyper are going to now push onto the building. They get thirsted out pretty quickly, so that is Hyper pretty much done for. It's just Capri's last player up down there.
Found a spot.
Anyone's game, though. Anyone's game. Influence Rage are still in the mix as well. Gotta talk about them. They're at a pretty good spot, center of the zone. Team Liquid, you can't count them out as a 3-man. Oh, this is gonna be a close one. It's been a while since we've seen a Rozhawk finish.
It has. Still 13 alive. I mean, we've had a couple of we had that one Los Leones and kind of Los Leones and a half finish on the Miramar today. So a lot of urban finishes, but Rozhawk specifically, no. It's been a while.
Let's see how teams opt to play it. We're going to get a couple more zone shifts here. 9Z are holding Rozhawk kills, so they're going to have the high ground. Most likely going to have to push down into SLR if this zone centers up. So the calm before the storm. 38 seconds on the clock. Yeah, I'm ready for this 9Z on the SLR push. Erangel, though, still holding on for Rose of War.
Could be unexpected by 9Z. Just getting shot in the back. A spoiler in that fight, picking up a couple of elimination points. And depending on how wounded both 9Z and SLR get, could maybe even win that entire team fight himself. It's all about what opportunities get presented. As a solo player, correct. You don't really have a lot of agency, but you need to be able to pick up what you can.
White Eliki got knocked, so that's a brutal knock. And that opens the door for 9Z to push. But, oh, I guess one of the players from 9Z got knocked as well, so that stifles it for now. Next circle does go on up. It is fully now on the south side. Alpha7 are going to have to push here, but now, 9Z, who's this?
iNCO!
iNCO now in the mix. 9Z, I don't think saw this coming at all. And now they're on the back foot. Connor needs to hit a shot. Can he do it? Gets
Shotgun!
One. Nenabete gets the finish. Right on time. Oh, but third party?
Yeah. Everyone
Perfect
sees
timing
this.
for NRG.
Everyone wants to take this hill because it's the one angle that remains that has isolated sightlines.
Goodbye! Wow, iNCO Gaming eliminated via Bugatti.
It's the one spot that the city cannot see. So everyone's gunning for it if they can, if they have an open opportunity to do so. And iNCO's fight onto 9Z was just dirty enough that it was one vehicle is all that it took from NRG to then take them out.
Whew. J7 just straight up cruising over iNCO. And now they have this entire side of the map to themselves. And Alpha7 are going to have to go for some swims here. Titan Gaming are going to be just dead set on this area. And rightfully so, because anything can happen in this position.
They haven't spotted on Alpha7 yet. There it is. Finally, Mafioso peeks up, and that's some information for both teams.
Uh-oh. I'm surprised Redox isn't even firing. Yeah, there you go. He got some hit markers. Sometimes you want to just shoot into the water. You don't have to even lay down. Yeah. Oh, now you got to be careful because Mafioso has angles. He can hit those shots.
Oh, well, that's
They
the
get a
first
knock.
knock going to Redox. Can they continue this run? Immediately popping out to find a different angle behind the vehicle as we also check in with SLR and get pushed by FURIA.
Worlds of War eliminated. That's Erangel gone. And meanwhile, FURIA are going to be pushing up onto SLR, a fight that we saw coming. The problem is that no matter where this fight goes, trying to cross that street is going to be so difficult. Let's see what happens. Koi.
With the grenade ready. Waiting for the push of FURIA.
Yeah, definitely want to get healed up as much as possible. If you have drinks, pop them so you can get that run speed
Oh,
advantage.
no.
Oh, yeah. Koi getting taken out. And SLR not pushing together. They're all ruck and split, and they're just going to get picked apart here by FURIA.
I mean, the split is hypothetically good, but FURIA were able to just find some gaps in the holding lines. And now it's all going to be down to Dragon K. Gets the first knock.
That's one.
Oh, in the second?
That's two.
Wait a second. It's not going to be
Bad
as easy
nade.
for FURIA after all.
Hoshua needs to come up and help Dragon as fast as possible because FURIA's hurt. It's a 2v2 right now. Actually, it's a 2v1 because he was getting the res off, but that door's closed. Now, a 3v3 situation. Oh, that molly looks good. Dragon's got to move. Yep, he's on fire. This is not looking good. As FURIA are looking to get a full reset. SLR, sometimes you just got to send it. You can't be having to do, 2v4s multiple times. That molly looks real good, though. He gets one, and Adrian is barely outside of it.
How is that not burning? That's insane. Can still go for the revive again.
How many times are they going to let him get up? SLR have to just commit at some point, right?
You'd imagine so, but they're getting peppered by mollies and frag grenades of their own, so it's not like they've been fully available. Finally, Dragon K peeks the window, but at 10 HP, it was a risky peek, and now FURIA have gotten inside.
There, FURIA is in the building. Dragon K in the most obvious spot, no choice. Gonna have to make a play. Nice ADS there. Dragon K just not going out without a fight. That's what we love to see. He's gonna, he's trying to go for the thirst.
No.
Not able to get it. And that is SLR eliminated. I would have rather just see them even jump out at a certain point. Sometimes you just gotta just go for the bold play and commit.
Yeah, the problem is it's gonna potentially open you up to getting third party from the north, but regardless, hindsight's always 2020. They definitely made FURIA work for it, but FURIA still 4 up. What is that, 8 eliminations for them so far?
So we gotta talk about Death Wolves, right? Death Wolves are still in the mix, and that is the team holding that last group stage slot. They are sitting in third place. Alpha7 Carrillo gets finished from Titan Gaming, but Alpha7 are still alive here. And oh, Death Wolves getting hurt bad. As Influence Rage are doing a great job of gatekeeping them. They don't really know who this is yet because a finish hasn't happened. Now it's just Obscure, last one up. And Influence Rage are going to win this here. So, never mind. Obscure, possible 1v2. Oh, he gets it. Gets a thirst.
Has to reload.
Can he win this 1v1? Free fire.
Around the corner, the drop shot. So close. Couldn't make it work, but still. The almost clutch. Again, almost doesn't count. It almost doesn't count, but still. Oh, God. I became a believer at the end. I have to say. I have to admit.
That was so close indeed. Team Liquid are still in this A, but look at that. FURIA, 8 eliminations. And this is what we needed to see, right? We needed to see them turn things up because tomorrow is their double points day. The most critical day for them of this entire tournament. It could be the day that decides if they're going to make it all the way over to Saudi Arabia. And this is how you start right here, right? A good day, a good game to finish off the day. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. 8 eliminations so far. The whole team up.
Yep.
They're going to have to make some pushes way in the open, though.
Yep. I mean, they already had a couple of smokes across the road. So they did the hardest part of this push. Now they have multiple buildings to push through. But looking at the grenades, they don't know exactly what's empty or not. They're kind of just blind throwing those frag grenades, and they're running out of them. That's going to really lower the amount of utility that they have to try and win the late game. There's still 6 teams up.
You got to hold on to that utility. As much as you want to just throw it, you got to conserve something Adrian decided to throw it into this building blind just to try and clear out if there was a, you know, kind of snake holding out there. Fortunately for them, it is wide open. Titan Gaming, though, on this other side, Doran has 5. He's been doing a lot of work from this position. And Cardoso gets a knock on to J7. So Team Liquid, yeah, with 3 players up, now they're starting to turn things up.
Oh, Melaz, last one up for NRG. Could go for the revive out in the open here.
Couldn't get it.
Nah, the grenades. Too much. Down to, what is that, 15 HP? Prone down, avoiding more grenades.
5
1 HP. How is he alive?
And 0 HP, just like that. So tipped off little by little. NRG Galaxy now out of the game. 5 squads still remaining. FURIA on top with 8. Titan Gaming with 9. So, the champions from the bottom putting in work.
But look at who's in the middle. Liquid holding out this entire time. Haven't really been pressured at all.
Oh, champions on top versus champions on bottom. Who's going to win? And then there's FURIA in the middle between them both.
I'm actually going to give it to Titan, because Liquid have to hold off against the FURIA push, against the Influence Rage push, and then Titan's just going to be there with all 4 members standing, ready to clean up whatever is left.
Well, champions from the bottom definitely want to put in some work here. Let's see if they can do it. Can they end up on top here? Pull that Uno reverse card as the nades are starting to ring out, and it looks like Influence Rage is the odd man out. They are forced in the blue zone. That was a nice one. Oh, but running right into the fire. Law's gonna get knocked. And yeah, Influence Rage, they're just stuck. Everybody's focusing on them right now. Oh, but this Titan Gaming is now starting to put some pressure on a Team Liquid. Anything can happen. 4 squads still remaining.
Titan might be going a little bit too fast, a little bit too early.
Yeah,
because now FURIA still have all 4 up, and they're pushing in from the opposite side. At least Liquid, I mean, they're getting dismantled, so I haven't lost a player just yet. But the pressure is really acting up, and they're losing control of the situation. Push onto the top floor. No.
Titan Gaming.
No respect at all. They're just rushing them down, and now peeking up from the balcony.
Alim with all the angles here. Yep, jumps on top, and then down goes Influence Rage. Mythic is still alive, though, for Team Liquid. He was able to get into a good position, and he's holding it down all by himself. But this is the aggressive Titan Gaming we have been waiting to see. Alim is forced to jump into the open, maybe a little too aggressive. And now it's looking like a FURIA chicken dinner.
It's looking that way, but what can Mythic do? Oh, got one knock there. Just not enough. Not close to being enough. But still, second place for Liquid, third for Titan, first for FURIA Gaming.
Oh my gosh, and it couldn't have been at a better time, right? I mean, last chicken dinner of the day. Tomorrow is their double points day. These guys, I don't even know how they're going to get some sleep tonight, but they need to. You know what I'm saying? Because they're going to be just in that bed, eyes open, staring at that Brazilian ceiling, thinking, what are we going to do tomorrow?
Gotta win, I guess.
Gotta win.
But now they know how to. They have the taste of victory. They just got to replicate it 6 more times.
That's right.
And I'll tell you what, once you taste victory, man, it's hard to eat anything else, right? So FURIA, 12 eliminations, big W to end the day. And like you guys said, I mean, the perfect time to do so. You're going into your double points tomorrow. The confidence tomorrow should be at an all-time high. And it also starts a great narrative for, I think, the entire desk, the casters, and just overall for the competitors, right? I mean, now FURIA is a real threat. FURIA was always a real threat. Let's not kid ourselves, but they were in this slumber. But now they have seemed to woken up, which I'm very happy with. Team Queso, you see right there, nice little 3-piece. We had Death Wolves obscured, nearly 1v3 in Influence Rage. SLR Dragon K holding FURIA down in the house, basically by himself, right? He goes for the thirst, he gets finished off. You know, Ojix, for me, man, I think there was a lot of great individual plays.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw even Titan Gaming step up, put a bunch of eliminations on the board, you know, and Hyper, a little subpar play style. You know, and you notice that all the teams that play split just got destroyed, right? But the teams that played together were able to just put in work. Unless you're J7 in a Bugatti. Yeah, because goodbye, iNCO game. Here he comes. Look, da-da-da, see you later.
You know, we had that big montage a couple of days ago of just players getting ran over left and right. You know, it's brutal. You just can't win against a car. This was that big fight, right? SLR, FURIA, Cameron, that was going down. FURIA was putting a hurting on SLR, but again, Dragon K fought back, and then Obscure with this almost 1v3. I was losing my mind.
This is so sick. Look at the drop shot at the end here. Drops that player of influence Rage down to 1 HP.
Oh, that was so
I don't,
close.
yeah.
That,
it was,
Yeah,
I don't know how they
just-
survived.
I don't either, and I love the reaction too, because you know sometimes we'll get the play or picture-in-picture, and we'll get to see the reaction, right? And Obscure and his team was just like, "Oh, you were so close," but you gotta give respect where respect is due. And then we go to end game, right? Hot Jukes, and we've got this massive fight: FURIA, Team Liquid, Titan Gaming. It was all going down, and ultimately FURIA take it. But I remember at one point there was a conversation of maybe Team Liquid would take it, or maybe Titan Gaming was favored, right? How did FURIA flip the script and get into a good position, good enough anyways, to win?
that Titan Gaming just got extra aggressive, right? They really pressed it. Even Cameron said, I mean, this may be a little bit too early, and I think that's what happened is they full sent it, they took out Team Liquid, but they made so much noise that FURIA was like, oh, third party, baby. Let's just take them out here. And then they just took the game. So, I mean, that's the thing is that those end zones, it really is all about timing. The teams that fight first lose 99% of the time.
Well, speaking of timing, Cameron, perfect timing for FURIA. 24 points, right, to finish off the day. That is massive for them. Second page, iNCO Gaming, even getting 9. I'm not mad at that. They got double points tomorrow, so showing a little bit of promise. As long as they can get their placings down, I think they'll be all right. But, Cameron, we take a look at overall, and, well, Team Liquid will hold it down. FURIA, though, from their own efforts, will move up to third place. It took all day to get there, but they finally did, Cameron.
And then Deathwolves down in 5th place. That's actually more surprising because we saw just how good of a run on this final round FURIA had. But Deathwolves, they got overtaken by even Influence Rage from that. That is not a good sign because I'm sorry. Deathwolves, new team as they are, I'm worried that now that they're up against the wall, they're out of the top 4, do they have the experience? Do they have the ability to calm themselves down, to not play the blame game, and to get themselves back into the mix for the remaining 4 days? And does FURIA now, with the taste of victory, do they just hold on, lockjaw, not letting go?
Right. Lockjaw indeed, dude. Well, talking about Lockjaw, I think Deathwolves got the Lockjaw right now. They're biting down hard, and the reason why is they're only 8 points away. Like, let's not get too carried away. 8 points away from catching up. Influence Rage is only 1 point above them. So I don't think it's enough to put Deathwolves off kilter, but, dropping down to 5th place, especially after they held down 3rd for as long as they did, it could have an effect. I hope it doesn't. But iNCO Gaming even, Hot Jukes, relatively close, 506 to 530. That's absolutely doable, right? So the only worry I have, though, is for Team Queso, Royals of War. Royals of War, I was so excited for them at the start of the day, Hot Jukes. They had a big impact in games 1 and 2. They kind of came back alive, and I believe one more game after that, but 447 got to catch up to 530. That's a big jump.
Yeah. Royals of War, all them. We'll see what happens in, their days. My thing is, Taylor, it just hit me. I don't like what FURIA just did. I don't like it.
You don't like them jumping to 3rd place?
I think they just cursed themselves. I think it is officially the nail in the coffin.
By jumping to 3rd place and having a standout game number 6?
The day before their double points day. How many times, Taylor, have we seen in this tournament a team go crazy the day before their double points day and then go absolutely flatline on the next day?
I'll tell you what, we've had a lot of days like that, Hot Jukes. We've had a lot of days like that. Now,
FURIA, prove us wrong, please. Be the one team that we hyped up, be like, oh man, these guys are going to go crazy tomorrow, and actually do it, please.
You know what, Cameron, he's not wrong. There might be this curse. We talked about the double points curse, man. It exists.
Hey. Listen, it might have happened on week 1. Might have happened on week 2.
Week 3, baby.
Week 3, this is we're on a different week, right? We're in a different world, different reality, really. If it happens here, I guess that's, if it happens on week 3, then I guess that's the end of the event. It's only a 3-week long event, but it would have, the third time's the charm, sort of is it an actual curse or not? I'm not convinced.
Is that the candle lit? Is that the candle?
That is the candle.
Lit?
The candle is lit. I had to. I had to get
Oh
that
my
candle
gosh.
up and going, man. Too much protein today. Hey, that candle is lit. And apparently for FURIA, hey, for FURIA, it was all they needed. Okay? Who was it? Shifan? Is he the one leading the charge? He's the one watching all the cameras in the Matrix? He already knows what's happening. Hachu's camera, reach out to him. I know you got the direct line to him. Ask him, who is winning tomorrow? Who is winning this whole thing? Is the double points curse real? Because we need answers, all right?
I just got to find a payphone.
But, yeah. Find a payphone right away. Hey, it was a great day, though. I mean, it really, really was a good day. Thoroughly enjoyed it. The insight from you two was brilliant. A lot of good moments from individuals as well as teams who haven't really shown themselves in the past, now starting to come up, and especially where they need it the most on the final week, right? So double points tomorrow for Group A. I'm excited to see how that's going to unfold. And Cameron, it was great to have you back. I know you had a long journey, maybe even still jet lag, but you did incredibly well today. What are your final words before we get out of here?
I'm looking at the overall scoreboard of just the day, not the overall of everything up until now, just of the day. And it's so unfortunate that Royals of War had one of the better days. I think they've actually had more points today than Alpha7. It's just because they're coming in from such a deficit. It's like, it feels so bad that even that's just not enough. So I don't know.
Right.
I'm hoping that the Royals of War story can get restarted again tomorrow, because if we are running out of time. There's enough time, but we're running out of it. So I really want to see them go for a final push. Even if they don't end up making them, I want them to make it really, really hard for the teams at the top 4 to keep those positions.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I think that's going to maybe be Royals of War having to be proactive and challenge those top 4 teams. But you can't be everywhere all at once. You could, but you would have to split your entire team, which isn't smart, right? Because then you're 1v4 and everybody, and this isn't an elimination race, okay? This is a team effort. But I hope they do, Cameron, because Royals of War is a standout team, and they need a lot of points. That would be a tremendous story, much like Death Wolves has been a tremendous story. Hot Juice, always great to work with you, man. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Man, I can't wait for this last week. I really can't. I mean, I want to just see teams just pull out their secret playbooks. You know what I'm saying? Teams hunt down squads during their double point state, because that's what we need to see. I mean, we've been saying it all tournament long. You cannot just let this tournament be due to luck. You can't just do the same thing you've been doing. You got to mix it up, and I hope that's what we see in this final week.
Well, we only have 4 more days left. Today wraps up day number 11. The end is coming quickly. 15 days of America's spring season, and now only 4 remain. What will you do if you're a competitor in one of the 16 teams, right? You've got to make something happen, and, well, there is definitely some shifting about when it comes to the standings, but is it enough for your favorite team to be at the top? Let us know in the chat, and also keep that energy alive. If you are tweeting out about your favorite teams or moments, make sure you use hashtag Pmsl Americas. We would love to hear what you have to say. But for myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we're back again tomorrow starting at 5 ET. We would love to have you.
Around, flinging from the backside. He's completely undetected, but suddenly Kogo's going to spot it out. Realizes that he's been surrounded.
Does he have the nade? He does it. Oh, 1v1. He's got it. Oh, and he gets taken out. Entity 7. That molly. Is he going to do good? Is he going to be able to get the beautiful spread? And I believe it does. He catches him. So Kolgo, not done yet. 9 eliminations for Royals of War. Oh, he's got to win this 1v1. Him versus Milo. DBS. And that is how it's going to end. Influence Rage with a very necessary chicken dinner. And McGrellin pull off a miracle.
Grenade could start it off. Stars and Baton close to each other. One looks good, but oh no, the DBS up close, not going to be enough.
Got him!
And Hyper with the chicken dinner. You can see them in the frame. They're happy about that.
USA! USA! Let's go! Redox, bounces off the back, catches Diego. And now here comes Papa Blue. Law's going to be forced to run out in the open. He knows it. Opts for the first aid, but he's going to go out the blue anyway. So Olim got the MG3, not able to get the knock. It's going to be an iNCO gaming win without a shadow of a doubt, and they are able to get the secured. You can see that little fist pump, right?
Some good damage, but it only loosened them up further for Liquid to eliminate them. 2v1. Wow. And Cardi with really nice damage, followed up with the Molotov. It might not be Liquid at the end.
It might not be. Mythic's in trouble. He's down to 1 HP, but not able to get the finish. And it's Team Liquid that win match number 5. Titan Gaming, we have been waiting to see a limb is forced to jump into the open, maybe a little too aggressive. And now it's looking like a FURIA chicken dinner.
It's looking that way, but what can Mythic do? Oh, got one knock there. Just not enough. Not close to being enough. But still, second place for Liquid, third for Titan, first.